Lorenzo Sonego is into the last 8 of a major for the very first time in his career.
Well, that is top draw stuff. Sensational, Shelton. Simply done in the end.
Minaur is an Australian Open quarter-finalist for the very first time.
There's a ticket to the party. Sensational from Sinner through to the quarterfinals.
Men's singles quarterfinals action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Italy, Lorenzo Sonego. And their opponent this afternoon, please welcome from the USA, Ben Shelton.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to quarterfinals day here at the Australian Open 2025. It's the second batch of quarterfinal matchups that we have in store for you today as far as the men are concerned. Winners yesterday were Novak Djokovic against Carlos Alcaraz and Sasha Zverev taking down Tommy Paul. This is the first of the matchups today. Lorenzo Sonego playing in his very first quarterfinal at this level up against Ben Shelton, who has been there and done it. A little later, it'll be the Australian Open, Minaur taking on Jannik Sinner. This guy's a showman, is Shelton. He's fun to watch. He is one heck of an athlete. He's got one heck of a serve, but it'll be the job of Lorenzo to unlock it, to decipher it, and he's been serving pretty well himself.
Lorenzo, we've got Lindsay here. He's doing our coin toss. Ben, we've got Lindsay here. First from me, of course, we got the video review. If you want to challenge, touch, not up, hindrance, let me know. You cannot challenge service let or foot fault. Other than that, for the towels, red and blue. Any questions? Lindsay, who do you want to ask? Asking Ben?
What are the surroundings? I'll do AO.
AO's a call. What is it? It's John Newcomb, this side. Serve. Perfect, we'll swap over, but first a photo facing this way.
So, pretty good from young Lindsay there.
Great job, Lindsay. We'll let off this way.
Coin toss. Of course, most of the modern day players, they like those flat groundies. Maybe he's just getting in tune with his inner tennis self. My name's Rob Koenig, delighted to have two of the finest alongside me. Colin Fleming. First of all, good afternoon, Col.
Good afternoon, Robbie. Great to be here for this third quarter-final of the tournament in the men's singles, and what an opportunity that has presented itself to these two players. Ben Shelton, the 21st seed, against Lorenzo Sonego, unseeded Italian, and a place in a Grand Slam semi-final on the line.
And of course we will tune in as well, given that we've got American on court. We thought we'd bring an American on board as well. Ryan Harrison. Will check in with Ryan in a moment, who is courtside. But Lorenzo, what a tournament it has been for him so far. But of course, the rankings wins that he's had have been pretty kind to him, right?
Yes, but you know, he can't control who he plays, who's on the other side of the net, and he did take care of João Fonseca, who beat the 9th seed Andrei Rublev in the first round. So you know, he potentially played a player that was playing a similar level or a better level than Rublev and took care of the young Brazilian in 5 sets. So, you know, he's then beaten Margaret, who is a very dangerous player. He's had a win over Alcaraz in his career in the past. Lerner Tien had beaten Medvedev. As I say, Sonego can't control these things. He only beat the player that's opposite you, and he's looked sharp. He's trying to up the aggression in his game. You'll see him serve big, go for his forehand today, come to the net when he can. And who knows, it's a big opportunity for him. If you'd offered him Ben Shelton in the quarters pre-tournament, he would have bitten your hand off for it.
He would have. And not only does Colin commentate, but he's also a defense lawyer, folks. The man on the other side of the net is Ben Shelton. And what a meteoric rise he has had. Of course, a product of the college system. Played under his dad in Florida. And Colin, we were just talking about it before coming on air, how quickly he made the hop from being a top college prospect and player to getting onto the ATP Tour.
Only turned pro in the summer of 2022. And then in January 2023, he made the quarterfinal here for the first time. Later that year, maybe 14 months after turning pro, made the semis of the US Open. He's turned himself into a major player in terms of playing his best tennis in the slam. But you could argue as well, look at the players he's beaten. You know, nobody at the very top of the game. Of course, Monfils beat Taylor Fritz, the 4th seed in the 3rd round. So Shelton avoided Fritz there and was able to outlast the 38-year-old. Monfils forced to retire. What a run he put together. But it's a big opportunity. Just as I said with Sonego, Shelton would have signed to play the Italian in the quarterfinals pre-tournament, wouldn't he? A huge chance for both of these men.
What about the head-to-head? It's tied at 1 apiece. They played in Cincinnati, of course. That was in the very early days of the Shelton career, wasn't it?
It was. He was ranked just 229 in the world in the summer of 2023. As I say, he was still very new on tour.
And then again at the French Open in 2023, where on the preferred surface of Sonego, he got the better of Ben. Quickly going to go down court side to Ryan Harrison. First of all, good afternoon, Ryan. And with an American, no bias today, my friend. No bias today.
Well, it's kind of hard to not be biased. Ben Shelton's got this electric game. It's a great atmosphere out here, and Shelton has a knack for playing his best tennis at the Grand Slams. As you guys were saying, you can't control who is in front of you. Both of these guys have done well getting through to this stage, and it's going to be an exciting matchup.
What about the wind? When I was walking outside about 10 minutes ago, it seemed quite blustery. Is that still the case?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gust going in. It's not bad considering how it can get down here in some of these stadium courts, but it's nothing that I think these players will be overly concerned about in the early stages. And the sun seems to be pretty, you know, it's a non-factor. It's warm, but it's not warm enough where these guys will be overly bothered by it. So pretty good conditions for playing a high level of tennis out there today.
Which way is with the wind? Where are you playing into the wind, Brian?
So it's a little bit into my face right now. So if you're looking at Sonego, it's toward his left and toward Shelton's right, and then a little bit going downwind, the side that Sonego is serving with at this current time.
Yeah, okay, so slightly at Sonego's back. There's been a couple of matchups between Americans and Italians in the men's draw. And we are just about ready to go in the 3rd quarterfinal of the men's singles. This will indeed be a 4th matchup in the men's singles this year between an American and an Italian. Will it be bon appetito for Lorenzo, or can Shelton doused Italian hopes yet again? He's already beaten Lorenzo Musetti. He takes on Sonego today. That's the Sonego team, and he credits his coaching staff with really helping him in the last 12 months or so. Ben, of course, coached by his dad.
Sonego does it. Ready.
The biggest match of Sonego's career as he looks for a place in the semi-finals of a major down under. Ben Shelton standing in his way.
Similarities in the way these two players play for anyone just setting eyes on them for the first time this tournament, or maybe even in their careers. Both big servers, both are going to look for their forehand as often as possible, both maybe slightly more fragile on their backhand wing, and I'm expecting both players to be coming forward when they get opportunities as well. So this should be an attacking matchup.
What do you make of the service motion?
Well, I like it. Both arms go up together. Quite an abbreviated motion with the racket arm. Gets into a very good trophy position, really loaded down into the right hip there, and then just explodes up. Huge power he generates. Serve and the forehand, as I say, are his big weapons.
Service games 1 for Sonego coming into this match. We're talking about when we compare him to the remaining 8 players in the quarterfinals, or the players that were in the quarterfinals. He's actually second on that list, only behind Sinner in service games 1, 95%. In fact, he's tied with Sinner at that percentage.
Both of these players, Robbie, have only been broken 4 times in the tournament.
Brown on the left. Very physical player as well. Strong. Mum Lisa, of course, a part of a tennis family as well. Lisa was a Witskin.
Sonic.
Athletic genes, tennis genes.
First game.
It's a good mix. The thing I've always loved about Sonego is when we've commentated on him a lot, and I have rarely seen him have a bad attitude on court. Even when he's playing badly, he is fighting for every single point. And I'm such a big believer that when you have that attitude, these kind of opportunities present themselves, like playing guys. You know, 3 of the 4 guys that he's beaten have been ranked lower than 110, and he will be ready to take that opportunity.
Well, that's the reason he's capitalized on this draw opening up in this quarter. You know, we saw his run through. He can't control who he's played, but he's capitalized on the opportunity that's presented itself, and he may well continue to do that. Shelton, many people's favourite today, but don't rule out the Italian.
Oh, that is scandalous how good that kick serve is.
And that's as good a second serve as you'll see. And that's what makes Shelton so hard to break, the fact that he's left-handed. He can serve huge. The first serve is so good, but the second serve can be just as hard to return at times.
Ryan, you were telling me you had a chat with his dad, Brian, a little earlier today. And they were just talking about managing that serve.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit, and just the natural lefty action that Ben gets with that slice serve, it plays perfectly into hitting that slider into the Sonego backhand, which is what he'll be looking to exploit a lot of today.
Game Shelton.
Strong service hold from Shelton. Always nice when you can hold to love. And we know he's got a great serve, but there's always been question marks about the return game. And I think something that has surprised a lot of us when you have a look at the remaining 8 quarterfinalists is the number is going to pop up on your screen right now. Take a look at this. Those are the break points won percentage. Look who's top of the list there.
Yeah, it's a little surprising. Shelton leading the field in terms of players remaining. He's won 52% of the break points that have come his way. And the thing with break points won, you know, yes, the quality on return is relevant, but it's not just about that. It's about the mental side of the game as well. When his moment comes, more often than not, he comes to life and he takes it, which is also why he's played his best tennis in the Grand Slams. The bigger the moment, the better he plays. But he's generated, Robbie, the fewest number of break points. He's taken the highest percentage, 12 out of 23, but he's created the fewest. So there's no doubt the return game is still a work in progress.
From the Melbourne side, he's hitting winners already. Falling backwards. It's the kind of firepower he possesses.
Well, guys, just to further that point, the other side of it is whenever you have a guy who serves as big as Shelton does and you're facing a break point, there's an immense amount of pressure because you just feel like if that one break goes the other way, you might not get a chance to get back in the set.
Good point. Just a reminder of who Sonego has beaten to get to the stage. Stan Wawrinka is ranked 156. Joao Fonseca, 112. Fabian Marozsan, 59. And Etienne also outside the top 100 at 121. So this is the first top 20 player that he is playing this week. Ryan, I probably need to ask you this question. You know, what's the feeling
40-15
when you have had, let's say, a simpler draw, if you want to put it that way? Does that make you feel you belong, or how does that play out in the psyche, I guess, is my question, if you're in Sonego's shoes?
Well, a lot of times you're just looking to try and capitalize on those openings when they present themselves. It can be a lot of pressure when you find yourself as the favorite in a match that you weren't expecting to be.
Sonego.
A nice aggressive second serve. Good start from both. They've settled into this one quickly. We're on serve after 3 games. These freeze frames, you can see how technique looks.
Time.
How far in front of the body they're making contact with the ball. Magnificent botanical gardens with the Yarra River that snakes through Melbourne.
Governor's house on the left. There's a couple of grass courts in the garden.
Is that right?
You just see one of them there on the
yes.
left amongst the trees.
Nice. So one of those courts you probably have to play barefoot on. Don't want to damage the surface.
Led second set.
A bit of practice against the lefty. It's back-to-back matches now for Sonego, so might not take him as long to get used to the spin.
But I think we'll see a lot of that from Shelton. Ryan mentioned the slicing, swinging left-handed serve, but the forehand cross-court, you know, hooking the ball cross-court, breaking the sideline and really pulling Sonego wide to his backhand. It's going to be a real challenge for the Italian today. Seen another lefty, Rafael Nadal, hurt a few people with that pretty simple left-handed play over the years, haven't we?
Beautiful feel. We know he's got a lot of power. Nice, soft skills here.
Something he's worked on a lot with his dad and coach Brian. Transition game, the net play. Nice soft hand here, just absorbing the pace. A little bit of cut spin on the ball as well.
Just keep an eye on his average first serve speed. You'll see these days he's not trying to hit every serve as fast as he can. He's not always going with the Kenny Powers fastball. He's mixing it up with spins. That 192, it's about the accuracy. It's more important.
Well, Robbie, to your point, at this level, if you just go with the same speed, eventually, over the course of 5 sets, guys will get used to it. So having that variety really keeps them on their toes.
We saw the importance of accuracy last night.
40-30.
Novak was just sublime in that department.
Yeah. It's not just about the speed of the serve, the accuracy, placement in the box, and really challenging the contact of the returner. A fast serve into the slot at this level will come back with interest more often than not. That serve on 7-2 is just devastating though. So much slice, so much accuracy, short in the box.
2 games though.
Ryan, I loved your serve. I thought for somebody who wasn't as tall as a lot of the other players out there, you had a magnificent serve. And I think a lot of people think you're born with the serve like that, but I remember you telling me how much you used to work on that shot all the time from a very young age.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shot that we would finish practice with and do about 10-15 minutes every single day, and Shelton's very much the same. I've seen him hitting cones and cones all the time in practice.
remember one of our good friends called him Wayne Arthur. Similarly, we all said, oh, you're so talented.
Love 15.
He's like, Robbie, I don't get enough credit for how many serves they used to hit. Just an hour, almost every day, all different kinds of serve. I'd serve a lot with my wrist. Focus on that rather than too much on the shoulder. Just learn to hit it flat with the wrist, slice with the wrist, kicker. Just become so creative.
Love this.
Really interesting there. Shelton just went way back on that second serve return just to get the ball up on the Sonego backhand.
Something Sonego has spoken of, and how he wants to be a lot more proactive. So that's one of the reasons for him playing some good tennis of late. Coach Fabio Colangelo.
Yeah, on the right of picture there, the white shirt. Wants Lorenzo to play as aggressively as possible. Looking to use the forehand, do damage, and get forward.
That's a heck of a pickup from both.
Third seal.
Got to be ready for the ball to come back at you quickly. Not once, but twice. Here. That could have got ugly, but well watched. Sneaky look.
And that cheeky smile we saw from Shelton, nice moment, but it speaks to me about why he's had good success in the Grand Slams, more so than on the main tour so far. He's not a player that's walking on the court here thinking, oh, this is a quarter-final, it's a big match, it's a good opportunity, I'm tense, I'm a bit tight, he can't wait to get out on these big stages and play these matches. He loves every minute of it. That's a good hold from Sonego. Comes through from love 30.
Sonego
So we're on serve
by
after
3
5 games. Good contest.
This match just building nicely in the opening set. You do get a feeling that we might see a tiebreak or two between these two. Similar game styles, a big serve, both looking to play attacking tennis, take the game to their opponent.
cooler today. We've got a bit of a breeze in and around the grounds. This court's a little more protected than most. Steep overhang with the roof.
Tasty from Shelton again. 15 left. He really is transitioning nicely to the net. Again, there's that soft hand. Look at the way he just absorbs the pace out of the ball.
He was sitting really well
15
in his previous rounds, the forehand. He's pretty adept at just dancing around his backhand.
And Shelton, he's just struggling with the first serve so far. Just 4 of 12 first serves have found the target. And that is so good from Sonego. Puts the return right on the baseline and pounces all over the short ball.
Yeah, and in the early stages, the toss looks a little bit low right now for Shelton. You can see it's just right there, out of his hand, not getting up enough.
Fair seal.
It's a makeable return. Just trying to block it back into play. Half a chance missed there.
.40-30. Yes. Advantage, Sonego.
Both these guys looking to bring their forehands into play any given opportunity.
Yes.
Went with the kick first serve, trying to
Advantage,
use
Sonego.
the awkward spin, the height, the bounce, but he just snatched at the forehand slightly. There's a bit of tension here for Shelton. First set potentially on the line right here.
Make that chip return against a lefty serve.
Yeah, he's just looking to ensure he makes as many as possible. A bit frustrated to miss that one. Got a clean strike on it. That's just careless for me.
Advantage, Sonego.
Didn't quite give the forehand the attention it needed.
Yes.
Oh, that wry smile on his face there, Ryan.
Yeah, nice reaction there, just sensing the moment. Looking at the coach's corner, his dad was telling him, don't let the ball get up too high on your forehand. Get that ball before it rises too much.
Is the ball jumping around a bit, Ryan? We know it's a bit livelier in the day session than it is at night once the temperature drops.
The ball is jumping a bit. It is lively out here. It's a little hotter, which is going to make the ball jump a bit more. And Sonego is doing a good job there of mixing up the speeds and spins in the early stages, just drawing a couple mistakes.
Game, Shelton. Three games on.
So 3 service holds apiece. This battle is well and truly joined now. Got their teeth into the contest. Let's go Big Ben. See Big Ben 2.0. Big Ben in the UK has just had a nice overhaul. It's
Yes.
Resplendent.
Refurbished.
Love 50.
Ball just travels that little bit further during the day. Not as hot, not anywhere near as hot as it was yesterday, but probably a shot Sonego should be making.
Oh, that is some impressive headway.
Well, Sonego survived there. It gave Shelton a running forehand. That one there, that's a risky thing to do. Shelton can get a winner from anywhere. For me, the Shelton backhand, he's not far away with this lob, but it just doesn't quite fuel the ball in the same way some of the best two-handed backhands do.
The bender from Shelton.
He's got him with a curveball.
15-30.
Very little pace on this forehand pass, but an extreme amount of side spin. He's really hooked around the outside of it. It was a brilliant shot.
You're good.
Ryan, did you see what happened there before it served?
Yeah, so just before his motion out of the corner of his eye, Sonego saw someone in the crowd, I believe, or in the corner, put their hands together that just slightly distracted him, and you saw a little cheeky smile from Shelton as if to say that he felt like it was a little tic-tacky. We saw a few years ago at Wimbledon when Sonego was playing Nadal, that Nadal actually called him up to the net and had a little chat with him about some of the antics and behavioral stuff. And listen, if it's getting under Nadal's skin and his ultimate competitive composure, you can imagine that other guys on tour are aware of some of these things as well.
If Rafa calls you to the net, you better listen.
I tell you what, it didn't go down that well in the locker room. They thought Nadal was out of order doing that.
Game Sonego. New balls, please. Sonego leads by 4 games to 3.
Good contest. Italians are happy. Yes. 4-3. I mean, I remember that incident well at Wimbledon. It's a good reminder. The backlash for Nadal afterwards was quite severe. Nadal's not perfect either. I've watched him stall opponents often on break point, put his hand up, make them wait. And Lorenzo made sure he had his say as well. It's good. I like that. I like a little bit of needle. We need more of it.
Well, you're exactly right, Robbie. It was something that a lot of players thought that Nadal maybe shouldn't have done that, but it was definitely an accumulation of things that were building up. It wasn't just that isolated moments. And as we all know, sometimes when you're already on edge, it might just take that one little thing that might not seem like a big deal, but maybe got in the mind of Nadal. And that's what Sonego can do to you at times and get in your head.
Speaking of getting in the head of your opponent, it was interesting. I was just reading quite a bit of stuff on social media saying, did we believe that Djokovic was injured yesterday evening or not? And was Djokovic playing games with them about a potential injury?
So I'm holding there 5 extra seconds every time that he puts his hand together. And that one, his hands weren't even together at 0. So I believe that when he starts motion,
ready to serve, and Ben's suggesting, well, why isn't he served?
Yeah, I think Shelton feeling that he's running the clock down. Sonego not serving before the shot clock has hit 0. I think we've just gone from 1 to 2 chilies in the spice factor here.
Mm-hmm. So here he is, ready to serve. Where's the serve clock's on 5. Serve clock goes off. So he was well within the time limit. And I think what Tom Sweeney was suggesting is that the moment his hands come together, the clock goes off. We don't see the final 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the umpire seen that as the start of his motion.
Yeah.
Right, give us a feel for Ben Shelton's character, you know, from what I've seen of him. He's not afraid to get into it with his opponents.
No, not at all. And early on in his career, he was very, very vocal, especially on the big stages. He would let the guys have it.
Game, Shelton.
He has learned how to channel that a bit.
Yeah, he channels it with a 230-kilometre-an-hour first serve.
4 games off.
Into the body.
Maybe just sending a little message there to his Italian opponent.
No kidding. Yeah, of course, it became a social media hit with the old phone hang-up against Francis Tiafoe. Talk about in your face.
Talk about things, how they're received in the locker room. I think there's, I'm sure a few corners of the locker room think Shelton's maybe a little overconfident. It was 143 miles per hour, by the way, for anyone that still works in old money. That's a brilliant lob there from Shelton. We've seen him try a couple of lobs on his backhand where, as I say, doesn't quite have the loose hand and feel the ball as well as he does, certainly on the forehand. Look at the way he just flicks up the back of this one. So much topspin on the ball, bringing it down and making it leap away from Sonego once it bounces. Of course, Sonego probably the owner of shot of the tournament so far, isn't he?
No kidding.
15.
The exact shot that he just tried there. Not through the legs, but that little round the back.
Could argue that's tougher to pull off.
I think it probably is. Interested to get Ryan's take on that. I think that little round the back, that little hooker is tougher than the through the legs, the hot dog.
Yeah, guys, I agree completely. That shot is a little bit more difficult to pull off. I think on the tweener or the other side of your body, you can get a little bit more snap with the wrist. On that side, you're not as able to create much power. Bad miss.
15.
Maybe just
40.
Lost the flight of the ball. Maybe just tried to do too much with the volley and took too big a swing.
And there was a big gust of wind right before he hit that as he was in transition. The wind really picked up downwind from where he's serving now, so it just held the ball up.
To break points for Shelton. Djokovic-esque
This is shown in the pressing replay of the right facade.
How well did he hit that slider to the forehand of Alcaraz yesterday?
Yeah, wasn't it just Djokovic-esque? What a second serve. Shelton's asked for another look, but of course it's just confirmation of the call. It's not a challenge as such. Right on the outside of the line. Talk about small margins.
Yes.
I didn't get to conclude my point I was making at the change of ends, just with antics, perhaps, if you want to call it, gamesmanship on court. My philosophy, Colin, is at the end of the day, you need to take care of yourself. If you're worried about what Novak is doing, what Holger's doing on the other side of the net, that's on you. There's no use complaining about it. Oh, so-and-so does it all the time. You've got to ignore it. You've got to be stronger mentally.
Advantage.
Yeah, I mean, there's antics going on in this match already, isn't there?
All the time, in every match, right? There's always... It's part of the dark arts of the sport.
Exactly the expression I was just about to use, the dark arts. Yeah, Shelton feeling that Sonego's, delaying, using the time. Shelton's jumping around a bit at his baseline as the Italian serves, maybe just trying to disrupt the rhythm slightly.
That's a little careless. Shelton gets the break. He was helped in a large part by Sonego with some big misses. He'll serve for the opening set.
It's a scrappy game there from the Italian Lorenzo Sonego. Just lost his way in a crucial moment. I don't think Shelton has played particularly well in this opening set, certainly to this stage. First serve percentage has improved, but the forehand hasn't really fired in the way that it can. And yet, he's got himself an opportunity here to serve out this set.
Time.
He's got one of the biggest serves in the sport. And he's been using it intelligently in this opening set. See if he can close it out. How about that?
No wonder his father Brian enjoyed that one. That had a different noise to it. Just Playing a very patient point there, Shelton. And when he got a look at this forehand down the line, he just suddenly pulls the trigger from way behind the baseline. That's why this guy is so exciting to watch. He's so electric. You just never know what's coming next from shot to shot, point to point.
Shape of that serve is something else. Nice finishing touch. 3 set points.
Game and first set, Shelton.
The Kenny Powers fastball to close out set number 1. That was some serious heat at 2:32.
6 games to 4.
6-4.
What a game. The best game he's played. Produces it in the big moments, serving for the set. Massive forehand, massive serve. 232, 144 miles per hour. Come on, Robbie, who's Kenny Powers? People at home are wondering.
I mean, if you haven't seen Eastbound and Down, you've got to watch it, man. He's a baseball pitcher. He is no good anymore, but he thinks he's still major league. Problem is, he's only got 1 pitch, and that's the fastball. And Ryan will know exactly what I'm talking about. He thinks the only way to beat your opponent is just to throw the ball as fast as you can.
Absolutely, and I was just thinking eastbound and down under for Ben Shelton.
You're the man.
Yeah, and that's the pressure, right, of getting broken 1 time if you're Sonego, because you know that Shelton has the ability to just do that and take it out of your hands.
I saw Sonego coming forward as much as he could, trying to play his attacking brand of tennis. He was well in the set. It was just a scrappy game, a poor game at 4-all, wasn't it, that really cost him. Shelton, there was no doubt. His game is dynamite.
Dad's very happy. Just a reference for one of my favorite American characters. There was Kenny Powers. He was a has-been baseball pitcher. We still thought he was major league territory, but he only had 1 pitch, unfortunately. And that was the
security
fastball.
still standing on the court. Thank you. Second set.
Shelton's got more than 1 pitch, that's for sure.
Oh, that is for sure. Let's see how the second set unfolds.
Well, both players stopped playing. They both thought
Love 15.
the Sonego volley was landing wide. It's another stunning forehand from Shelton, though, to finish the point. Sonego just needs to be careful here. Just a sense that the American is starting to feel it. That was the ball they both stopped on.
love 30.
Sonego's not going to back down off that forehand. He comes into the quarterfinals with the most forehand winners of the 8 players.
$15-30.
I think one of the reasons why you see Shelton and Sonego at the top of the forehand winners list is that their backhand's probably not as good as the other 6 players remaining in the tournament, so they're looking to bring that forehand into play at every possible opportunity.
Yeah, look, exactly right. Looking to minimize backhands and maximize forehand opportunities. Shelton's game is a work in progress.
30 all.
Yeah, he has developed quickly in the last couple of years that he's been on tour, but he's sort of learning on the job, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was so good in college that he just had to turn pro, but he's developing before our eyes, and in some of the biggest matches, like the one we have here. That was a very intelligent point from Shelton. Just squeezing Sonego, playing the scoreboard 30-all. Italian serving, all the pressure was on him. Shelton just gave himself margin, kept the ball in play. And even the final forehand that he went for, you know, he hit it hard, but it was nowhere near the lines. And he just drew the error from Sonego there.
Early chance to strike. What a piece of tennis artistry. The top 2 plays of the tournament belong to Lorenzo Sonego.
Well, I cannot believe what we've just witnessed here. Breakpoint down as well. I thought Shelton had got him with the pass.
Yes.
And a full stretch, diving across the court. That wasn't Shelton's shot, that was Sonego's volley spinning back onto his side. Look at the work on this thing.
And it has spun back a long way. The reaction, priceless.
He needs to be really careful coming in on that type of ball. Shelton had time there in the forehand. He's dangerous enough when you've got him off balance on that wing. Much prefer the play when he's approaching to the backhand.
Yes.
See, my co-commentator has got a huge asterisk on his notepad alongside the scoreline and that volley. Of course, the longer these kind of games go on with that kind of moment, the more meaningful they become. Especially when Shelton has been serving so effectively.
Well, it was a nice moment when they shook hands there after the unbelievable volley, but we don't know the turning point until the final handshake. That volley saving the break point, and indeed Shelton missing the forehand on the next break point. Yeah, he just got the potential to be turning points here.
Yes. Advantage, Sonego.
It wasn't the cleanest of volleys, but so effective. Had a double spot who could volley like that on tap. Most of the times it didn't come out the center, but man, it was fun to play with him. Horrible to play against him.
Yes. Advantage, Sonego.
guys, this is an interesting little chess match going on. Shelton's backing way up on the return, and Sonego, when he has the opportunity, is really utilizing the drop shot with Shelton being so far back behind the court.
Yes.
Not sure why Sonego's gone backwards here. Just needs to lunge forward, take that out the air. Got himself into a real knot.
Advantage.
Yeah, that has to be plan A for Sonego whenever possible. Big serve, big forehand. Power through the court. That's, you know, the foundation of his game.
Sonego.
Well,
First game,
it's a lot of industry, but we've got to go back to that amazing point here. Check this out.
Yeah, all the way back to 30-40. Not sure I've seen a volley spin that much before.
Shows you how thin the contact was. Cain almost wanted to swear at him. But how do you like that, folks? Well played, young man. Even Tom liked it. He had a pretty good view of it.
He had the best view.
See the Italian fans in the background there. That's what we see at the Foro Italico, isn't it? The hand waving.
But had he gone on to be broken, Robbie, it would have been worthless, that volley.
Yep, true.
And he's gone on and he's held serve. And maybe
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
a turning point there in this match.
Thank you. Lead first serve. $15 left. $30 left. $40 left. Game shot. One game on.
Stark contrast to the previous game. It was 13 minutes and some change. It's one of the tough things when you're playing against a big server.
Well, Sonego will feel like he's only just held serve after a significant effort. And here he is again with the ball back in hand.
15 love. Third sealer.
Oh, it's a casual there.
Fourth sealer.
But this is Shelton, isn't it? We spoke of the break points one stat over 50% coming into this match. But you know, there are a lot of service games where return games, he almost disengages. You know, if he doesn't sense the break is there, he just sort of plays a little looser. Oh, goodness me.
Game. Sonego.
I think he survived here, but very nearly got him.
It's 2-1 second set. Yep.
Sonego leads by 2 games to 1.
Well, that was a near-death experience for the chair umpire. That ball was going about as fast as one of the Shelton serves and right into the chair umpire's chair.
And it was going nowhere near the court.
It was almost 2 for the price of 1 there. Not only the umpire, but the ball kid. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Perfect example though, wasn't it, where Shelton always just lets the game go. You know, he really engages when he smells blood on return, but if he doesn't, he's just going to have a swing and see what happens.
Time.
Well, day 11, and we've been blessed with some fantastic weather again. Record crowds yesterday evening for a night session. It's more of the same today. Colin and I have been walking around the grounds. Jam-packed. Juniors on action. Next generation of champions. Oh. That's not making the highlight reel, that one. It's the bloopers reel.
Well, that's a little bit of what we talk about with Shelton, just sometimes losing concentration a bit. I mean, I think this guy has a bigger game potential than any other of our young Americans. He has that such electricity in his game.
Stopped. Mr. Sonego is requesting a video replay.
Yeah, guys, I think this is 2 bounces. It was right here in front of me as Shelton was sliding up, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to get a double bounce call.
Yes, it was called up, and therefore it's Sonego who's challenging the call. Thinks it's a double bounce.
Ooh, he's got it. I think he's got it.
It's going to be a tough call here.
No, I from that angle.
That's the angle. Side on is the angle.
He looks like he's got his racket underneath the ball there, doesn't he?
From the back and from the front, but from the side, this one.
Yeah, guys, I'm right here from the side, and I think it's a double bounce.
Well, I think double bounce.
Yep, you're right.
Just about as close as it gets. We saw one of these in the previous match between Navarro and Swiatek. It was actually a double bounce. Navarro didn't challenge, though, went on to lose the point.
Yeah, that's not the angle. That's not the one. Yeah,
It's double bounce. Just.
yeah, the one. This is the one. Yeah, definitely. And the crowd saw it straight away.
Yeah, it's been played on the big screens inside the arena. Pressure on the umpire here.
That's about as...
So just to reiterate, the umpires not going off our replays. They've got their own monitor there in front of them.
Crowd are seeing our replays.
Yeah, correct.
The umpire can request the views that they want.
This is about as close as I've ever seen, but it is definitely 2 bounces from where you can see where I'm sitting.
Yeah. And the players have seen what the crowd have seen, our replays on the big screens, so they've formed an opinion.
And I think it's fair enough to say that it's so close. Ben wouldn't be sure if he'd made it or not. A little different to the Jack Draper incident in Cincinnati last year.
Yeah, Ben Shelton just looked at me and asked if he got it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I said no,
video
so he
review
conceded the point.
has confirmed that the ball bounced twice before Ben got to the ball.
Well, he was happy to concede the point in the end, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think
15 all.
he was happy with what he saw, right? That's his fellow countryman down there, Ryan Harrison. Just to conclude my thoughts on that, I think you should be allowed to let the point play out, Colin, and then review it afterwards.
Could not agree more. Play the point to conclusion and then retrospectively challenge the call. I can understand Thomas Sweeney taking his time there, Robbie. I don't mind that necessarily. If it's a tight call, the technology is there to ensure the right decision is made. The last thing we want is to use the technology and come up with the wrong decision.
14-15.
So he took his time, made sure he was comfortable with the call.
Because so often it's in the heat of the moment that there's so much going on. You know, the player's rushing. You're trying to see if your opponent's got it. Have they got it? The point continues, and you have to make a split-second decision there. It's not fair on the person who's watching the opponent try and make the pickup.
Game.
Yeah, just to be clear, the initial call was that the ball was up there, so Sonego stopped the point and challenged. If Thomas Sweeney decided that it was up, Sonego would have lost the point for stopping, so he had to sort of take the risk, if you like.
Yes.
He was sure at the time, hence the reason he challenged.
Here it is. Just bounced before the racket managed to scoop it up. Yeah. Yeah. Binoculars to see that one. Super zoom. And of course, if you're worried about the fact that the players might challenge too often, it's just at the discretion of the umpire. When it's really obvious, you just don't allow the person to challenge. But if there's any doubt, you know, just replay it. Maybe you only get 3 reviews a set.
That's the current rules. An extra if we get to a tie break.
15 on.
This is getting personal now. Second time, he said.
Yeah, Sonego did well there, because just that little interruption before his second serve. And I like the way he approached to the backhand here and kept the ball on the backhand. Oh, there's the return at Thomas Sweeney again, second time. Clean catch though. And a little celebration.
Yes. This point was a big point. Forget it was 15-30, right?
14-30.
And guys, all the good lobs have come from the side that Sonego is serving from now into the wind. All the side, on the side that Shelton's on now, all the lobs have carried long.
A lot.
Yeah, definitely mishit the final volley there, Shelton, but look at the speed of him, look at the court coverage. You know, you make your own luck with that sort of dynamic play. Just the breeze that Ryan referred to, catching him out again here. Sonego has got under this high ball, mistimed his jump. Getting into the net with speed, tried to put the brakes on, but yeah, he just misjudged the flight. It is a bright day, maybe some sun up there. Whatever it is, it's another game where he's having to cling on to his serve. Another break point here for Shelton.
Deuce.
SNV well from that side.
Advantage, Sonego.
I don't even think serving volley is going to become unfashionable. I think it's going to come into fashion in a big way. Certainly has, as far as coming to the net is concerned, of ground strokes, and I think you're going to see more and more players do it as a change-up tactics behind serve.
Game, Sonego.
Oh, it's two monumental holds from the Italian. He's hanging on in there. He leads 3-2.
Sonego leads by 3 games to 2. Thank you.
Look at that from Ben. Whatever it takes.
Time.
First of the men's quarterfinals today. Of course, we already have 2 winners yesterday. I'm sure you tuned in to watch some scintillating tennis from Novak and Carlos. The wise old sage getting the better of the young protagonist. Zverev too good for Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul had his chances, didn't he? Too many of them.
Served for the first 2 sets.
Yep.
2 tie breaks, very one-sided tie breaks. It was one that got away in many ways from the Americans' point of view.
As a result, Djokovic will play Zverev. And the winner of this match will take on the Sinner Minaur match that's coming up tonight.
Wait, please. Love 50.
Yeah, he's cleaned the line. You mentioned the semi-final in the bottom half. Robbie Zverev against Djokovic. The winner of this match will, of course, play the winner of our last quarter-final tonight between top seed Jannik Sinner, defending champion, and the home hope Alex de Minaur.
Magnificently manufactured. I'm curious to see how Sinner's is holding up. We know he wasn't well, and that was pretty clearly evident, excuse me.
Is there anyone worse to play than Alex de Minaur if you're not feeling up to the most physical fit day?
And that's why I like his chances. I know he's got a horrible record against Sinner.
Yeah, there's a big question mark over Jannik Sinner tonight.
14-15.
And guys, I believe I saw a stat that Alex de Minaur's serve average speed is up something ridiculous, like 12, 13, 14 Ks. You can fact check me on that, but I saw that at one stage of the tournament.
Well, in the second set tiebreak against Alex Michelsen, he hit a 215 km/h ace on a big point. And if that's not hard work paying off, I don't know what is, because that's some serious pop for the Demon.
Game,
It's another comfortable hold serve for Ben Shelton, who has faced breakpoints in one service game, but the rest have been pretty straightforward for the young American. And Sonego obviously working so hard to hold his own serve. You just sense, certainly at this moment, that may start to sort of weigh heavily on the Italian. He's got to find ways not only to keep holding, but to somehow get some pressure on the Shelton serve, because you know what it's like when you're holding easily. You feel so free on the return game because you've got no fear whatsoever that you might lose your own serve.
Love 15.
And just interesting with these new balls here. You'd like to see Sonego try and get that first serve percentage up and let the ball and the court speed help him, but he's still dropping his first serve percentage a bit.
Not sure if many of you know, but Sonego was asked in a press conference about what music he listens to before he walks out into the court. Of course, he replied, "My own music." He's a bit of a musician, is our Lorenzo Sonego. His hands on that occasion, but his most listened to song on Spotify, Uno Solo Secondo, over 1.5 million listens.
How many matches has he played? We'll just subtract those from the total plays. It's reggaeton, isn't it? I think the genre, is that what we'd call it?
Mm-hmm.
Right up your street, Robbie.
Oh, he was the conductor in that point.
13.
And he had Shelton dancing to his tune. Just moving the ball around the court exquisitely.
Can just sense a bit of an energy shift here. Sonego looks a little bit low energy right now before this break point save. The other previous ones, he had a little bit better look to him.
let first serve.
Shelton.
How do you like that for raw, unvarnished power? What a way to get the break.
Shelton leads by 4 games to 3.
What an incredible point. He had a bit of everything. Sonego looked like he had it won there. Chose to let the high ball bounce, and then he was in trouble. But again, Shelton from way behind the baseline comes up with a bolt of lightning off the forehand. Again, when his moment came, he produced the goods.
One of the most important things in any sport is to play the big points well. But you talk about making big-time plays, big-time points in big moments. It's exactly what we saw here. This was just special. And it's been a theme in the fortnight so far for him.
It certainly has. He leads the list of players remaining in this tournament in terms of break points won. He's now, for the tournament, 14 out of 30, 47%.
15 love.
Dipped slightly today. He was at 52 coming into this match.
Requesting a replay of this.
Sonego saved a lot of break points here, but ultimately, in both sets, he's found a way, Shelton, to get his break.
But top of the list, there's not many people who would have picked that coming into the quarterfinals, hey, Colin?
Well, Alex de Minaur, second, at 45. He's a player that's broken serve as much, if not more, than anyone in the past couple of seasons. Then it's Sinner, then it's Djokovic, arguably the best returner of all time. We saw put on a masterclass last night. You know, these guys are better returners than Shelton. But this tournament, when the moments come, he's delivered.
Maximizing the moment, as we say. And Ryan, that was the discussion you and I were having. I was asking you about, is there anything you would do differently in your career?
Shelton leads by 5 games to 3.
Yeah, definitely. And the way that he just sticks to his guns and plays the big points well, he's able to harness his most positive energy, and his biggest exertions always come on those big points. He's a big-time player. We've seen that at many stages in his career, already having so many deep runs at Grand Slam events.
And his forehand down the line, Robbie, is becoming a real trademark shot, isn't it? You know, we think of Nadal, obviously a left-hander. You know, he killed opponents with that hook forehand cross court, but so often the barometer of how confident he was, how well he was playing, was his ability to flatten it out, change direction down the line. And it can be devastating against right-handed opponents who are always looking to edge to their left to get their own forehand into play. There's space down the line. Shelton's down the line forehand is devastating.
And I remember he talked about playing the big points well back in 2023, where he made that run through to the quarterfinals. In the first round against Zhang, he had to save a match point. I mean, talk about a big-time play right there. And goes on to make the quarterfinals. It's a huge stepping stone for him. Speaking of big forehands.
And Robbie, to give you an idea of how green Shelton is, that was his first time ever leaving the United States of America whenever he came down here to make the quarterfinal run the Australian Open 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? He broke the top 100 without using his passport. Never left the United States of America, and he's in the top 100.
And Ron, I want you to think about it and save it for the early stages of the third set, but of course you've got a lot of players now ranked inside the top 100. And I want to get your thoughts on why the depth is so deep now. Of course, tie most players in the men's main draw this year, 14 with the Aussies. Of course, the Aussies have the luxury of getting a few extra wild cards, but
Mr. Sheldon is requesting a replay.
Well, Shelton thinks he can see a fresh mark that's beyond the baseline here, but the call showing half on, half off.
Game. Sonego.
oh, that was ferociously swift. But it might not be enough
Shelton
in the second set. Shelton will serve for a 2 sets to love lead after the change of ends.
Very hard to see Shelton being broken back here. If he keeps the level high, he's only lost 2 points on serve this entire set. 10 of 11 points won on his first serve, 6 of 7 on the second. Sonego just has not been able to lay a glove on him.
And guys, would you believe that to this stage in the match, Sonego has 0 aces?
Yeah, that is an incredible stat. He's got a big serve, the Italian. Just 14% of serves unreturned as well, 10 of 72. Shelton's done a great job.
Ben Shelton's done such a good job of making Lorenzo Sonego work so hard on the serve. Things haven't come easily for the Italian. And as a result, Shelton's got a chance to take a 2 sets to love lead. Good start. Always helps swing the odds significantly in your favor as a returner. The odds of breaking if you win that opening point. The average is about a 27% swing, but against a server as good as Shelton, that drops by about 2 percentage points.
Well, I'm not sure about that shot selection from Shelton. It was neither here nor there. The slice wasn't a drop shot, wasn't really sort of cut low into the court. It just handed the initiative to Sonego. He's always there, isn't he? You praised his attitude earlier in the match, Robbie. You know, he's been outplayed to this point, but he's always there, ready and looking for an opportunity.
What a difference when he's playing downwind. Able to hurt Shelton a little more, especially helps when you get a look at a second serve. Chance to break the American for the first time.
Force. Game, Sonego.
Well, did not see that coming.
No, that's out of nowhere. He'd only won 2 return points in the set prior to that game.
5 games on.
I mean, where does that come from? Ryan, any sense courtside? I don't feel like it was tension. I feel like it was a loss of focus, thinking the job was done once he got the break.
Yeah, for sure. Shelton just started that game out just a little bit on cruise control, and Sonego, an experienced player, was ready for the opportunity to pounce.
Once again, Sonego coming out on top.
He's got the wind at his back, that end of the court, and he's got the wind in his sails now. It's all starting to go for Sonego, despite Shelton's best efforts. What a turnaround we're seeing here in this second set. Crashed into that ball. Robbie was so eager to get it early.
Just wondering if it skids off the line, the surface line.
tentative from Sonego, very tentative. He made the move forward, and somehow
15.
a ball that looked like it was there to be volleyed, he ended up sort of half volleying it and retreating to the baseline. He's got himself back into this second set, but he's got to keep going for his shots, playing with freedom. You play safe at this level and you'll be punished. There you go. Clean strike and smart going back in behind Shelton, who was sprinting to cover the open court.
Very short, compact swing. Tough to read.
(40-30).
I was so surprised when players smash the ball so flat. Very few of them carve around the side of it.
Yes.
Yeah, and early on in the match, we saw him miss a couple of those awkward high balls, and now it's just getting in his head a little bit.
Can hit it at half that pace with a good amount of slice, and it's just going to move away from Shelton.
Well, the Shelton loss of serve looked like a bit of a loss of focus, but this you have to put down to tension for Sonego. Back on serve in this set, 5-all, and this is a really shaky game. Big double fault there.
He's not happy about something. Just checked his ball toss after that point.
Time violation, warning, Mr. Sonego. Yes.
That was a test passed. Very solid second serve and a fully committed forehand.
Advantage.
The time violation might have just helped him there. He didn't take it deliberately, as you sometimes see players do, you know, just accept it to buy some time, but just made him pause, compose himself. 2 good points since.
Yes.
It's an interesting thought from a mental perspective. You know, you step it up to line there, break point down, you're thinking, oh, bleep, it's break point. And then suddenly you get the time violation, and it's just a distraction enough. It might stop you from overthinking the situation. Just enough hook on that to keep it out of the strike zone.
Just looks so tense though, Sonego.
Shelton.
Didn't really keep the feet moving to this volley. It was just a sort of lunge. I think he could have got a little closer to that ball, perhaps.
He's just lost his feel from the side. And the bounce back ability from Shelton has been exemplary. He's been helped by his opponents, but he won't care. He leads 6-5.
Shelton leads by 6 games to 5.
Well, he's potentially got away with one, I think, Ben Shelton. A sloppy service game, serving for the second set. And he's benefited there from Lorenzo Sonego just tightening up and, as you say, Robbie, losing his feel with the wind at his back. Credit Shelton, though, he did the job. He did what he needed to do. Balls in play, defended well, made life awkward for Sonego and allowed him to unravel. You would think now the young American will put pedal to the metal and serve this one out.
Colin, I think he'll be dropping heat this game on the serve. I don't think he's going to be messing around.
Magnificent scenes as you make your way down the Yarra River. Even better if you're at Rod Laver Arena. And it's 2 service games in a row now that he's lost the opening point. Of course, the previous service game ended up getting broken. He's serving with the wind at his back. 2 sets to love lead is very difficult to overcome. He would love just that. Wow.
Love third.
Well, maybe it is tension after all for Shelton. Just a second double fault he's hit in the set. Second in the match.
$15-30.
Forget Shelton, just 22 years and some change. Looking to make it through to the semi-finals here for the second time in his career. At a major, shouldn't say here. It's the other semi-final coming in New York.
30.
It's a big moment in his career. Yes, he has been there before, but not often. Sabalenka. Just composed himself beautifully here.
40-30.
And he's earned a set point.
Game and second set, Shelton.
Shelton is large and in charge now.
Shelton
He wins
leads
the
by
second
2 sets to
7-5
none.
and is looking awfully good.
A blip for Shelton, trying to serve out the set first time round. But ultimately, he has been the better player. He's done such a good job of taking care of his own serve, but also putting pressure on Sonego, who must have felt like he's just been constantly squeezed here. So many returns coming into play. Unbelievably, Sonego, as Ryan said, hasn't hit an ace. Look at the service points one. Big differential in the second there, 70% for Shelton, just 36 for Sonego. Both hitting plenty of winners, but too many errors for Sonego and a really bad game from him at 5-all. Looked like he just tightened up with the wind at his back.
Scandalous, wasn't it? Pure filth.
He's now got the top 2 shots of the tournament, which feels unfair on Botic van der Sandskog, who hit the most ridiculous through-the-legs winner on this court, but I think Sonego's got him twice and counting.
I reckon they should have a little prize money pot.
Yeah.
Top 5, bonus pool.
Encourage
Place
players.
of the tournament.
Encourage them to go for some special shots. Why not?
Well, it's 22 years and 109 days. This guy is bidding to become the 5th youngest American man in the Open era
Third
to
set.
reach the semi-finals here at the AO, following in the footsteps of Andy Roddick, Jimmy Connors, Jim Courier, and Pete Sampras. That's some elite company
Sonego to set.
at such a young age.
$15.
What an athlete. Just loved playing American football when he was younger. That's one of the reasons he developed such a good serving arm, is to be a quarterback. Loved playing. It was pretty much between American football and tennis, from what I understand and have read. Pure perfection, that forehand. Right in the honey pot. Even he knows it.
Game, Sonego.
Use that certain volley intelligently. And I guess a
First
good chance
game.
again to check in with Ryan. Just having a look at all the Americans ranked inside the top 100 now. So many of your fellow countrymen. Why is American tennis so much on the up?
Well, I think that a lot of time these rises happen in bunches. You see that sort of, if he can do it, I can do it. They work hard. I heard a lot about the training off-season that they had, the preseason training before coming down to Australia. And these guys all got together, were pushing each other, working really hard. I can see that Ben Shelton has definitely developed a bit physically. You can tell he put together a lot of training in the off-season, and it's just really cool whenever you do it with your friends. You saw Lerner Tien and Alex Mickelson, who grew up together, both making it to the second week here, and you see it happen like that. These guys come together. It reminds me of a bit of the 90s when you had Pete Sampras, Andre Agassi, Jim Courier, Michael Chang, and they all pushed each other and came up and rose together, and we saw it with Andy Roddick, James Blake, and Marty Fish in that era as well.
A rising tide raises all boats.
That's right.
I think there's a lot to be said for that. These guys pushing each other.
Well, I remember the Bollettieri Academy back in the early days, and Ryan will, I think, help me out here as well. I mean, literally all the best players in the country went there to train, and that's why you had so many good players, right? These days there's so many different academies, that talent pool gets diluted. I'm a big fan of everybody training in a central location. I mean, in a country as big as the States, maybe you have to do East Coast, West Coast bases, but still.
Well, at a young age, I got to go and train with Andy Roddick a lot when he was at the top of his game. And when you see that level in practice every day, it really makes you feel comfortable against the rest of the tour.
Game. Shelton.
That's so true. I think about Nadal growing up with Carlos Moya and being able to practice with him when he was number one in the world. Rafa was 14. You get to see the level of intensity and just the level in general. Jannik Sinner, of course, when he went to Bordighera with Riccardo Piatti. Riccardo was helping so many good players at the time. Got to practice with the likes of Grigor, Novak, Raonic.
And you pick up the habits as well, don't you? What it is to be a professional.
Mm-hmm.
15 left.
And then he would take Jannik out to dinner and listen to what Maria Sharapova had to say, Marat Safin. Just listen to how they think and how they go about, you know, plying their trade, mistakes they made, what they did well.
And don't you think you sort of realise that they're human beings as well? They're not sort of superheroes. Mm-hmm. Ryan, did you find that with Andy Roddick? That's it's sort of, you know, he's a real person that works hard and earns what he achieves.
Yeah, Colin, most definitely. I think that when you see the finished product here on the biggest stages and you grow up watching them on television, you don't quite understand all of the sacrifices and what it's like to be in their shoes day to day, and you realize that it doesn't happen by accident. There's so many things that go into being able to produce the level on this stage.
left.
You know, I remember talking to Andy Roddick ahead of my first ever Grand Slam, and he was talking to me about how important it is to have a really big dinner the night before and make sure you wake up in plenty of time to have a healthy meal beforehand. And these little advices you get from the older generation were invaluable.
Game. Sonego. New balls, please.
Good heat on that serve. Sonego's 2-1 up in the third set.
Sonego leads by 2-1.
So many lovely landmarks here in Melbourne. It's just a beautiful blend of old and new. And of course, this state-of-the-art tennis facility. It's always been ahead of the curve.
15 left.
1988 when we moved here. First of the majors to have a retractable roof. They've got 3 in total now. And big plans down the road from what I believe.
Let first.
Oh, it's catchy. Missing easy forehands from this end.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how Shelton performs in this third set. I think there's an opportunity for him to win this match in straight sets. He's been the dominant player. But there's also an opportunity with the way Sonego competes. If Shelton loses a bit of focus, he could find himself in a fourth set.
30-15.
Very neatly done. What a colourful point that was from Sonego.
30.
He's using all of his palette here. At court positioning, just like a squash player, controlling the tee area. Taking time away from their opponent.
40-30. Dang, Shelton. Two games off.
You're so right, Colin. This is, I guess the opening couple of games of the third set, when you're 2 sets to love up, is more about concentration than anything else, because we know the execution is probably there.
Well, yeah, it can be, depending on the matchup and the game style. You know, Shelton, vast majority of times, he's holding serve pretty comfortably, isn't he? And the risk is that he goes into cruise control now. He's 2 sets to love up. But I think you've got to sort of really stamp on your opponent when you've got a chance, don't you? Try and get through to the semis unscathed.
Let first. Love, 15.
Guys, one other thing to keep a lookout on is as the shadow moves across the court, you can see it starting to cover most of the court. The temperature will start to drop as we get a little bit closer to the night session, and that plays in the hands of the player who doesn't have as many free points on serve.
Nicely done. Right, I'm just wondering, during your playing days, if you had a go-to mantra or routine just to help you with your focus, if you are cruising in a match, which kept you in check, keep the concentration levels up.
Yeah, Robbie, that's a great question. I think it's easy at times when you're out there for so long to have your mind wander, but I always used to just remind myself to think about what I was doing that was giving me the most success. I always wanted the opponent to have to adjust to what I was doing with the most success on any given day.
Like that. I do think the ability to concentrate well for long periods of time is such a skill. And I think it can be developed. I was so impressed with Lerner Tien when I did his match against Medvedev, almost 5 hours in the making, that never complained once. Not even for a split second, just a great attitude, and his just ability to focus his concentration for such a long period of time was admirable.
Game, Sonego.
Chris Lerner eventually losing to Lorenzo.
Sonego leads by 3 games to 2.
Sonego going nicely here in the third.
Finally starting to hold serve with some comfort. Sonego just 1 point lost on serve in this set. First 2 sets he was really having to work hard to keep the scoreboard moving.
Are you guys ready for my bold American tennis prediction for 2025?
Oh, yes. Hang on. You got to wait till we come out of the break. I want the world to hear this one, right?
Okay, we'll wait on that.
We're on standby. He's got plenty of game, this young man.
Time.
Well, the future of American tennis is looking bright, and I believe, Ryan, you've got a prediction for the 2025 season. Let's hear it.
I've got a bold prediction. I believe year-end 2025, we will have 3 American men in the top 10 in the world and 7 in the top 20.
7 in the top 20, 3 in the top 10. Who are the 3 in the top 10? Taylor Fritz is one for sure.
Yeah, I'm going Taylor Fritz, Tommy Paul, Ben Shelton, top 10 end of the year. I think the trending is in that direction. And then the 4 between 11 and 20, I'll give you in just a moment. Between 11 and 20, I've got Francis Tiafoe. I've got Sebastian Korda. Alex Mickelson, I believe, makes his top 20 debut this year.
40-15.
All very doable, but I'm curious as to who might fill that final spot. We're thinking maybe a meteoric rise for Lerner Tien.
I'm going with a different player. I look at Brandon Nakashima as a guy who can make that jump after having a huge season last year.
Good shout. Very good shout.
No doubt the 7 very, very good players.
Oh, look at that athleticism.
Game shot.
Just check if Ryan's got those stars and stripes, tinted shades on down in the sun there.
Yeah, I think he has. I'm just checking if he's got a contract with the USTA, perhaps.
I like it. We like bold predictions.
Don't we just?
Guys, you got to aim high. I mean, I look at those first 5, and I think that they're going to be pretty confidently in the top 20. And the 2 that I think that have been coming on strong. And he didn't have the best Australian Open, but Nakashima's year, if you look at the way he trended all last year, was a phenomenal rise.
No, you're right. You are definitely right about Brandon. He's got a good head on his shoulders as well.
Oh, unorthodox volley there. Yeah, Nakashima didn't have the best of draws. He actually lost to Ben Shelton in round 1 here. Pretty tight match, 7-6, 7-5, 7-5.
$15 all.
A heck of an overhead.
30-15.
Shelton generates so much topspin when he's lobbing with the forehand. He did really well here, Sonego. Look how far behind him the ball was, just to control that, keep it in play.
$40-15. Game. Sonego.
More of the same here. In the third set, both players strong behind their
Sonego leads
respective
by
serves.
4 games to
4-3.
3.
Well, it's been slim pickings for Lorenzo Sonego on serve today. And Shelton, one of the best servers in the game. He's been spreading the ball around the box nicely. And look at the blue balls there. They're points won, the red points lost. So you'll notice that on the ad side, Shelton has only lost 1 point the whole match behind his first serve, and he hasn't lost any with that lefty swinging wide serve to the ad court. Such a strength for Ben Shelton. He's got the potential to carry him an awful long way in this tournament.
Yeah, what a massive advantage that stroke is. You can see the wrist snap there as he's trying to get up and around the ball. It's beautiful dexterity. USA just welcomed a new president, haven't they? Inauguration of Donald Trump taking place, I think it was yesterday, if memory serves.
Love.
What a pickup.
30-15.
That's knowing exactly where the racket faces. McEnroe-esque that was. It's come in a lot, like it. It's been part of his game plan for the season ahead. Oh, we've got a piece of paper that's just floating behind the back of the court there. Of course, we had that yesterday in the Zverev match with a feather. Oh, it's a feather as well. There you go. Oh.
That's catch of the tournament.
One take, Denzel. That serve, once again, so impressive.
And backed up with an equally impressive forehand from the middle of the court. Incredible inside-out angle there.
Drives so well with his legs. Let's keep an eye on that now as he executes the serve. The ground reaction force. That is something else, and of course, it's the transferring of that energy that is so important. And the hip speed, this is what we have today, the leg drive. There's 2.1 meters per second. It's the leg drive for Shelton, and the serve speed 196. And you can see what makes it so impressive is the average hip speed for top 50 players, 1.7 meters per second. He's 2.2, so significantly greater than the rest, and that's why the serve is so good. There's other mechanics that come into play, but ultimately that leg drive is almost like a deep squat, isn't it?
And we saw his average first serve speed just 1 kilometer an hour faster than the tour average there, but it could be a lot more.
Yeah.
The majority of the tour, like take Sonego for example, hit many more flat serves at full power than Shelton does. He's hitting slice serves, he's hitting kick serves. I think he's only hit 2 or 3 full power serves here, flat. And they've been in the 230 km/h range.
Yeah, Colin, I think that if you had a measurement for after the ball bounces on serve, the reactiveness of how much it moves off its original line with the spin reaction, Shelton would lead the tour.
Yeah, he's got some serious work on the serve, that he is loaded with spin, slice, kick. He's got the full works.
left.
Sharpish. Bringing out the scalpel for that backhand volley.
Sonego leads
It's
by
5-4.
5
Things getting
games to
interesting
4.
here in the third.
I think we're at an interesting juncture in this match. This third set, Sonego holding a lot easier than he was in sets 1 and 2. He's only got 2 service points this set. If he can just find a way to nick it, then you never know what can happen. He has come back from 2 sets to love down once in his career. It was against Andrei Rublev, 2023 Roland Garros.
Impressive behind their respective deals, but now we get into sweaty palm territory, serving to stay in the set. Neither player has
15 left.
been able to fashion a break point.
So much racket head speed, such a loose hand, and just whips it through. He's certainly keeping his focus here, Shelton. Real authority on that volley.
He's used the full width of the court there.
40-30.
Well, Sonego's down here, but he's definitely not out. He's just taking a moment, just steadying himself. And he's steadying himself for a big moment, because all of a sudden we're at juice here, and the Italian is just 2 points away from winning this third set.
If he gets broken here, what a time.
The advantage
to face
Sonego.
The first break point in the set, which happens to be a set point. Surely he's got to make him just hit a volley there.
Yeah, at the very least, the ball has to be in play.
Yes.
A huge opportunity there. He did so well to make the return and make it awkward. Well capable of making that forehand. Sonego just overplayed it. Well, he looks to the court there, but what happened there?
Advantage Shelton.
You notice anything with the bounce there, Ryan?
Honestly, not that much. I think that was just more him venting. I think that Shelton's ball was just a standard forehand inside out, and Sonego just mistimed it. It looked like the wind might have held it up a bit. As we know, the wind is coming downwind from the side Sonego's on.
Have been down in this 10th game, but definitely not out.
Yeah, it has been a really physical match so far. 2 hours and 40 minutes almost, and we're still in this 10th game of the third set.
Vulnerable here, Ben Shelton. How he would love an unreturned serve.
Thank you.
Game and third set, Sonego.
And from love 40 up in the game, Shelton gets broken, and Sonego is right back in the mix. He wins the first
6 games to 4. Shelton leads by 2 sets to 1.
What a great reaction from Sonego and his team. You have to love the fighting spirit, the passion. Outplayed in the opening 2 sets, but he's brought the attitude that he always brings to the court. Nothing but positivity, nothing but fight. And he's carried him to a fourth set here, and who knows what can happen.
Well, the last game is testimony to that last statement, right?
And look at these numbers. All of a sudden, Sonego hardly losing a point on his serve, where previously he was really having to work hard. And Shelton's number is way down. Just guilty, I think, the American, of just letting his intensity drop slightly, thinking he was sort of cruising here. And he's going to have to get that intensity right back up if he's to avoid a fifth set.
Yeah, the winner of this match to play either Sinner or Minaur, and I think those guys are going to be delayed now. 7 o'clock start. It's already 6:20 local time.
Time.
Tell you what, the DJ's on his A game, because if you know the song and you know what the title of it is, it's exactly what this guy has just been able to do.
Fourth set.
Escape from the clutches of Shelton. How he won that game, only he knows.
Sonego to serve.
Ryan Collins just said to me he prefers the pina colada side
15 left.
of that tune.
I love a good pina colada as well.
I tell you, underneath that umbrella down there courtside, it might go down quite well.
Well, I've just had to take the umbrella down, actually. This sun is about to be completely behind the stadium.
Okay.
Afternoon moving into evening. Who knows where we might be when these two finally shake hands.
As I was saying earlier in the set, and when the shadow was coming across the court, that temperature dropping, and that helps the player who's not the bigger server get into the more rallies. And we saw in that last service game there of the third set, Shelton got 0 free points on serve after being up 40-love.
More like it.
15-30.
Be very wary of coming in here to the forehand of Shelton. Even if you think you can hurt him, I still want to see him pass me off his weaker side, which would be his backhand. Because at the end of range, he can produce moments like that.
All. 30.
Lost count of how many defensive lobs we've seen land inside the baseline from that end of the court.
Oh, Ryan, you called it early on.
Yes.
There's not too many predictions that you've got wrong today, and that's why it's stuck in my head about the Americans this season. I've taken note of that.
We're going to have to wait 11 months for that one to play out.
It's killing me.
Set a reminder.
Yep.
Contact Ryan Harrison, December.
Well, Robbie, I have a question for you. With the
Sonego.
7 Americans, and I gave you the 7 I thought it would be, there's one other one that I think could replace Nakashima if he's not able to make it.
Yeah, you're allowed an alternate, given the boldness of the prediction. Who would that be?
Well, he's the only man that's taken out Djokovic to date this year.
Yes, the big guy.
Just not the right approach. Maybe against a right-hander, but you know, against Shelton, who is so dangerous with his forehand. And look at where he gets to on the court here. Sonego going inside out. He's barely on the service line. It's so tough to cover the court. The pace and spin Shelton generates. It's actually pretty central, the pass, and he couldn't get anywhere near it, really. Got to get into the backhand.
Advantage Sonego.
Bit more slice on that final smash. Still not enough for my liking. Only just landed in. That's all that matters.
Sonego.
Let's lick the line. Shelton's not so sure, but the electronic line calling system will tell us it's 99% out.
100% in.
You know it. And Ryan, just getting back to your alternate pick there
First game, fourth
of
set.
Riley Opelka.
Okay.
Was that an intimidation pick? Did you get a secret message from him while he was watching? Pick me, how can you forget me?
I did not, but I was thinking about the points and the way that he started this year and that he's already got over 200 points under his belt. I think that he had a tough matchup against Machak in the second round here, but he's somebody that if he stays healthy, and that's the big thing, if he stays healthy, he's definitely a top 20 guy, and it's all health dependent for me with Riley.
Yeah, I think he's already been a career high ranking of, I want to say 17 or 18.
Yes.
So, totally understandable.
Fresh impetus with Dennis Kudla, recently retired Dennis Kudla, part of the coaching team now.
Where's the time?
Taking a lot of time here, Sonego, to get right play. It's supposed to be continuous, isn't it, at One Love? It's essentially a standing changeover there.
left. Love.
Robbie, how many Americans do you think go top 10?
I mean, I'm liking your list. I'm liking your confidence in the boys.
Game Shelton, new balls, please.
I think in addition to Taylor, I think Tommy Paul gets there. Definitely, I agree with that.
What about the big lefty we're watching? Do you have him a top 10 guy year end, or is he going to be knocking on the door?
I think it'll take quite a big improvement in his week-to-week level and form. He's definitely capable. We've seen his best tennis in the Grand Slams so far to this stage. Although he has won on tour, hasn't he? Champion of the Tokyo ATP 500.
Yeah, the big number for Shelton is return points 1. And even with the great serve that he has, the numbers will tell us over the last 33 years on the ATP Tour, your threshold for return points 1 to be a top 10 player has to be around 35%. And that statistic is so strong. You have to be a complete outlier, like a John Isner.
15
I think he is one of the only guys to ever defy those numbers in 33 years. Lovely article by Jeff Sackman in Tennis Abstract, where he talks about that. He goes into a deep dive. So it's an area where Ben is going to have to improve or just shoot the lights out like he has done this week in converting on break points, which is so difficult to do.
30 love.
So is it doable? Absolutely. Is it difficult? Yes. Yeah, in the words of Jeff at the end of that article, he said, the ceiling is high,
30.
but the ladder is steep. I thought that was a nice way of putting it. And one of the toughest things to improve over the course of a career is your return points 1. It's the one metric that is very tough to improve, especially from a player in the early 20s throughout the course of their career as they climb the rankings. That's nicely done. He's
back in to the forehand.
It's unbelievable that he hasn't picked it up.
And watched his forehand. It's not that close to the sideline. It's just beating him for pace. So if you are coming into the forehand, surely you can't be beaten by that one. I still think he needs to approach to the backhand a lot more often.
(40-30). Sonego.
This guy likes a bit of risk, does Lorenzo. He's got away with that passing shot.
Sonego.
He leads 2-1 for a set.
2 games to 1.
While we take a break, let us inspire our next adventure. Fly with us in comfort to London, Edinburgh, Athens or Rome, Paris or Dublin, and over 40 cities across Europe. But remember, it's not just the destination, it's also how we get there. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Time.
What a day, what an event, what a city. First tennis major of the year in Melbourne, Australia. These are massive annual sporting events. Of course, as we approach the sharp end of this one, who's going to be crowned champion here at the Australian Open 2025. Both these guys trying to book a place in the semi-finals. It would be the second semi-final at a major if Shelton were to prevail.
15 left.
To go alongside the semi-final at the US Open in 2023. This would be a career best result at the majors for Sonego. He's never been to the quarterfinals, so this is already uncharted territory for him.
30 left. Love.
7 first serves in a row to start this fourth set for Shelton. Just feels like he's dialed in again.
Game Shelton.
It's a more similar pattern to sets 1 and 2. 2 love holes for Shelton. Sonego just having to work that bit harder on serve.
different planet.
It's the human highlight reel of the 2025 Australian Open. That's now a hat-trick for Sonego.
He's going to be in the top 3 spots with that one.
That's the sky hook. Round the shoulder. Shelton can only stand and watch.
Oh man. Somebody on the internet needs to do some good work for us and play his 3 highlight shots. The one against Stan and the 2 here. Yeah, of course, full stretch backspin volley from earlier. See if we can dig it out in the archives. I hope Jimmy Connors was watching that sky hook. He liked that shot a lot, did Jimbo. Just thinking now that Pablo Cuevas has retired. I mean, is Sonego trying to fill his shoes?
He's doing a very good job of it. Yeah, Cuevas was the showman, wasn't he, for a while?
Yeah, who will ever forget his one by the side in Madrid against Sasha Zverev? I love this guy's attitude. It always determines your altitude in whatever you do. It's 3-2 full set.
He's actually outshone Shelton in this match for hot shots. You wouldn't necessarily have picked that pre-match.
Yeah, he's the hot shot maven. Check this out. This is the one from earlier today.
This was break point down, first game of the second set. Look at the bite on that thing.
A couple of sensational hot shots. The backhand volley earlier, and then this moment of magic.
It's so easy to lose track of where you are in the court, where the court is that you're aiming for. It's a remarkable shot.
That was Rafa-esque. Wasn't a bad slice, but the footwork from Shelton is exquisite.
Yeah, he really danced around that ball to get the forehand into play.
Yeah, guys, the wind, the factor still. Shelton thought that was going well long, and it just held up, still coming down the side that he's serving from.
What's a return? Shelton reaching for the right foot, the right ankle. Hopefully no damage done. Look at this return from Sonego, stepping in. Maybe the best second serve return he's hit all day. And what a moment we have here.
It looked like he just burned the inside of his foot, nothing serious.
Uh-oh.
30-40. Thank you.
How important could this point be right here, right now?
Well, he just went with the heat seeker.
Yes.
Big serve into the body. Took the sidelines out of play to increase the chances of the first serve landing. And it was too hot to handle.
Advantage, Shelton.
Sure, Americans don't want to hear this stat, but Sonego has come back from 2 sets to love down. Did it at the French Open against Andrei Rublev. So nothing is off the cards here. Definitely playing better tennis, hitting that backhand well now.
And it comes back to attitude as well, doesn't it? He's got the right attitude to come back from 2 sets to love down. At no stage has he let his head go down here. And yeah, just as the sun has started to go down, things have cooled off, the conditions have slowed slightly. He's getting better and better as this match goes.
That is unreal.
Advantage, Shelton.
Yeah, Colin, this temperature drop has been about 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. It is significant feeling down here on court.
Yes. As you know, please be mindful not to shout out comments just as the player is trying to serve. Advantage, Shelton.
Again, hitting his two-handed backhand with real authority now, Sonego.
Yes.
I can see a feather coming out of the sky above. Textbook.
Advantage, Shelton.
Yeah, that was a top quality volley. Look at the way he splits the arms, squeezes the shoulder blades together. Just to keep the left hand strong, punch the ball into the open court.
Game, Shelton.
Oh, he had to dig deep there.
Three games up.
Venting a little bit of frustration towards his team and his corner. Probably feels like he should be in the locker room already. This guy's battling hard, making life uncomfortable for the American.
Left.
We've seen a few good lobs today from Ben Shelton off the forehand. This might be the best of the bunch. The inside out topspin lob. And the way he just hooks round this ball. It's got a bit of side spin to just bring it into the court.
That's a bit of daylight lobbery right there.
He's flipped the switch here, Shelton, bringing some serious energy, raising the decibels, and there's a different feeling down there on court.
Yeah, he is sensing the moment. He was emphasizing that prior to this game to his team, just saying, right here, this is the game.
was a cheat code there.
30.
Shelton didn't see it, did he?
Yeah, he just crashed the net here, Sonego. Got himself as close as he could to cover the angles. The lob would have been on, but as you say, Shelton had turned away from the court.
Just brilliant.
40-30.
Shelton's an intimidating figure at the net.
Yeah, it was a slightly risky play, I thought, the drop shot at 30-all. What a pass there. Could not have hit it any better.
Sonego.
Tell you what, this guy's tough.
Sonego leads by 4-3.
And he's got the lead in the fourth.
Time.
Intriguing contest this has become. Neither player facing a break point in that third set until Shelton in the 10th game goes up 40-love, only to get broken. And that's why we find ourselves in a fourth set.
15.
He's bringing some of that college tennis spirit to Rod Laver Arena here, Ben Shelton. Of course, he and his dad,
you know, winning the NCAA championships together. Of course, everybody forgets he won it with the woman as well at Georgia Tech. Only coach in college history
30-11.
to win an NCAA Division I championship with both a women's team and a men's team.
the Florida Gators. That Ben did it with, as Brian, the coach.
$30-15.
Of course, he won the singles title as well as the team title. Won it a year later, 2022. You talk about great coaching. I mean, that's got to be right up there. The ability to manage a team, which is a different dynamic than managing an individual player, both on the women's and men's side of things. And then developing your own son simultaneously from, you know, his infancy to being a top pro. There's not many coaches that can stay around for the entirety of that journey. So I think that's a throwaway point there, and he shouldn't do that. Instead of hitting a flat forehand, hit your regulation dipper.
Yep.
Make Sonego volley.
Went for something very, very special there, very high risk. And as you just reminded us, was broken from 40-love up in set 3.
Game Shelton. Four games up.
He's definitely ramped up his intensity. He's pulling himself towards himself. Getting himself back in line.
Well, Colin, to your point earlier, and approaching to the backhand side of Shelton, we saw in the previous game where he had that little look and had the backhand passing shot. He's almost gotten in 80 times as Sonego and almost now closing in on 4 sets of tennis, and he's got to make Shelton hit backhand passing shots instead of forehands.
That's something he said he's been working on, getting forward more, and the numbers are testimony to that for Lorenzo. Just listen to his net points won. 12-17 first set. 20 of 28 second set. 12 of 13 in the third. Big contributing factor to helping him win that third set.
14.
And as you suggested, Ryan, a very healthy 15 out of 20 here. And I reckon those numbers could be even better if he's just disciplined with that approach.
Sonego.
And he continues to be impressive behind the serve. Oh, he's just a game away now from evening
Sonego
things up.
leads by 5 games to 4.
It's been somewhat of a throwback, this match. You know, modern day power, modern day sort of movement and spin and technology and everything, but the amount the players are coming in. 123 net approaches between them. It's not far off half the points that we've played. 260 points played, 123 net approaches. Two players that very much invested in coming forwards, improving that side of their games.
Gordon Square looking resplendent. DJ supporting the locals as well, cranking out one of Australia's finest singers, Sia.
Thank you. Thank you.
Those in Garden Square enjoying some world-class tennis.
15 left.
The breeze really whipped up there in that point. Awkward approach for Sonego, and Shelton got the pass all wrong. Does have quite a big sort of wind up on his backhand, even when he's under pressure. What a time for your second backhand winner of the match. And we mentioned he was hitting that shot a lot better in this fourth set. And you can't hit it any better than that.
Yeah, his backhand just melts into his strings.
Thank you.
That is so pure.
Mentioned the similarities. These two players, obviously one righty, one lefty, but both much stronger forehands. Two backhand winners, Sonego, none for Shelton. And another error from that wing.
Yes.
Unreturned serves are way down now. Cooler conditions, Sonego making so many more returns.
Decent look at the pass. Ron, I'm just wondering, is the wind still a factor down there on the court?
Shelton.
Yes, it absolutely is. It's still blowing at about the same speed it was. A couple gusts that get up higher, and Colin, to your point, that's what I was saying earlier in the match. When the temperatures were still high, that ball is just jumping off of Shelton, and now he's getting no free points on serve.
Game, Shelton. 5 games all.
Continues to impress when coming in. Inch perfect. Player. There's Uncle Rick.
15 all.
Of course. The Whitskin family. And Lisa's brother. I used to play a little bit of tennis with Rick. He is not shy to get involved, get in the mix. Lively personality. Genius. He is starting to showcase his full array of skills beautifully now.
30.
It's one thing doing it in patches, but he's been consistently good now for about an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, isn't he just showing us his full skill set? Some big points as well. 3-all, 30-all, drop shot, won the point with a pass. 5-all, 15-all, he gets the job done. Yeah, just a nice, subtle little change of trajectory there from Shelton.
30.
No pace. And got the ball up high to the Sonego backhand. Tough for him to time it there. He's got his thinking cap on here.
What an athlete. USA all the way.
30-40.
What a hustle there from Shelton. Just would not give up on the point.
Thank you.
He's earned himself a break point.
Yes.
Was it maybe a late decision to try and use his forehand?
I don't like that under pressure. I don't like that. If you're going to make a move, I want you to move over early before the server makes contact with the ball. Just be ready for it.
Otherwise, just hit it backhand and get in the point.
Please, thank you. Thank you.
Left top.
Advantage, Shelton.
Well, Robbie, to your point, with this pressure mounting and you can see Sonego feeling a bit of the tension, you've got to do everything you can to get this return back in play.
That's so brave, so very brave.
Deuce.
The return was mishit from Shelton. The first forehand was missable, but Sonego, he just keeps on coming.
Advantage, Sonego.
Another volley that is just saturated in quality. I mean, that is circa 1985, this. He's not waiting for the ball to come to him.
Game, Sonego. New balls, please.
What a game, what a hold. It's 6-5 in the fourth.
Well, we made the point,
Sonego
Robbie,
leads by 6
coming
games
into
to
this
5.
match, Shelton was the leader in players left in the tournament for break points won. 52% he won. He got a look at 2 break points there, second serve on both, and that was not clutch tennis from Ben Shelton, was it? Missed one return, mishit the other. And he just didn't grasp his opportunity there. And credit to Lorenzo Sonego, who stood firm. One error there and the match could have been over. But he's now
Well, Colin,
put the pressure on Shelton, hasn't he, Ryan?
Yes, he has, and I think that Sonego coming into this match was one of the best in the tournament remaining at saving break points, and so it's really been good on good as far as what they were able to produce to date.
Yeah, I got it.
Crowds are starting to build because those with day tickets are still enjoying the tennis. Those who have night-time tickets are coming into the grounds. So it's looking nice and full. Of course, Minaur and Sinner still to come this evening. They are going to be delayed. They're due for 7:30 start time. That's not going to happen.
Love 15.
New balls in play here. But Sonego makes another return in play. Just the second ace of the set for Shelton. 8th overall in the match.
Come on!
30-15. Game, Shelton.
Yep.
6
more
games
like it.
on tiebreak.
And he needs to be dialed in now. Otherwise, he will be going the distance. Lorenzo Sonego will be hoping that he can indeed take it the distance. What a combo.
1-0, Sonego. Let first set.
Guys, the lights have just come on. So the night session officially feels underway with the lights on.
And it may be a lot darker by the time we finish this one, because Sonego has struck first in this breaker. He's got a mini break here. Just feels as if the Italian's tail is up. Crowd are right behind him here. Well, you can't criticise the play. He's done it all match. Just couldn't find the execution on the volley. Maybe even overconfident with it. Really tried to punch it away.
Yeah, Go for that John Fitzgerald little topspin volley there.
Shelton.
Tense times. But no pressure, no diamonds. He won't back down, and you've got to love it.
It's amazing, isn't it? Because Shelton has a huge game. Serve, the forehand, the explosiveness, and yet it feels like Sonego is just deciding almost every point at the moment.
Yep.
He is just putting returns in play. He's obviously serving big, but he's coming forward at every opportunity. 87 times he's come to the net in this match.
That's something that he said he has been working on a lot with his coach, Fabio. Just to get him more attacking minded, look to use the forehand when he hits big shots with the forehand. Look to come in. His conversion rate in the forecourt has been excellent today. He's got to be careful here that he doesn't take too long, because he's already got a time violation as a server. He could well get one here as a receiver if he doesn't hustle.
4-3.
He's hit that forehand so well.
Shelton.
Inside out for the middle of the court. Spaces himself. Plenty of topspin on the ball. It's untouchable.
I'll just double check the ruling that if he had got a time violation there as a receiver, because he's already had one as a server, he would have actually lost that point, Colin. Sonego, that is.
Right here in front of me, Shelton doing push-ups. This guy is a beast, leaving it all out here on the courts.
Oh, he got to the ball as well. I thought he pulled off one of the shots of the tournament, and then I was worried he was in real trouble because he's gone flying into the advertising boards here, and all of a sudden he's pushing them out. Can you believe it?
How good is this? Just didn't quite catch it. Of course, let's not forget in the last major of last year, the Americans had two men in the semi-finals in New York. Taylor Fritz and Francis Tiafoe. Shelton would love to keep the trend going. to match points for Shelton.
Shelton.
Ben Shelton making American tennis great again.
4-6, 7-6.
He is through to the semi-finals in Australia for the very first time in his career. What a battle. Take a bow, boys. He comes through in 4 hard-fought sets. 6-4, 7-5, 4-6, 7-6.
Look at these scenes, look at the energy, the passion from Ben Shelton. Through to the second Grand Slam semi-final of his career.
Let's go! Let's go!
Embrace with his team, his father and coach Brian. But I tell you what, it takes two to tango, and Lorenzo Sonego, he could have gone away in straight sets here. He was outplayed in the first two, but his fight, his passion, his spirit, very nearly carried him to a fifth set. Times he came to the net, Lorenzo Sonego. Talk about leaving it all out there. Just comes up short, but it's been the best tournament of his career so far, certainly at Grand Slam level.
Yeah, no kidding. Great attitude. And that'll always eventually define your success. It's been the best major for him, and he's come up just short, but he will know that he has done everything in his power to try and get the better of Ben. But Shelton comes out on top, and in back-to-back majors now, the American men have got a semi-finalist. This time, it's a southpaw. Well, let's have a listen as to how Ben thought that one unfolded.
Well, Ben Shelton, congratulations through to the semi-finals of the Australian Open 2025. How does it feel?
I mean, I feel relieved right now. Shout out Lorenzo Sonego, because that was some ridiculous tennis. But yeah, I'm just really happy to be through, get my first win here on Rod Laver. Thanks everybody for coming out. This is one of my favorite matches of my career, so thank you guys so much.
You're making it through to the semi. You're going to play either Jannik Sinner or Alex de Minaur. You know, like the crowd are going to be on the other guy's side for that, aren't they?
Well, I mean, if it's the home favorite, Alex de Minaur, 100%. You guys can boo me. You can throw stuff at my head. I understand, home guy. And if it's the #1 in the world, it'll probably be the same. So I'm looking forward to it. I know I got a few people out in the crowd who are going to be pulling for me too.
Definitely, lots of support from in your corner, lots of American flags throughout the crowd. Congratulations through to the semis. Best of luck to you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Let's go, baby!
Ben Shelton into the semis.
Oh, what an exciting young man he is. He's got so much energy, so much vibe. You can see why so many young kids connect with him, Colin.
Yeah, you gotta love that energy that he brings. You know, he's American, he's a little brash, but he's confident, he's pumped up, and look, he leaves it all out there, wears his heart on his sleeve, and in a sport, you know, where sometimes we need a little bit more of that. Let's celebrate having a guy like Ben Shelton who's not afraid to take it to anyone in the world.
Yeah, well said. And I'm not sure if Ryan Harrison is still down there and can hear us, but Ryan, you've got to be delighted for your fellow countrymen.
Yeah, guys, amazing stuff right there. I mean, the energy, He's just electrifying. Hear this Melbourne crowd. They really appreciate everything. And after those push-ups, doesn't lose a single point. I mean, how about that? We were sitting there worried for a second, wondering if he was okay, if he'd hit his back, if he'd hit his head, and then he turns around and turns it on.
Well, thanks for your sterling work, as always, Ryan.
Thank you guys for having me. It was a pleasure to be with you. Let's go, USA.
Your boys are battle-tested and flying the flag. What a contest. What stands out for you in the end?
Well, it's not on the stats page that we'll see here, but the net approaches. This match was a throwback. You know, the winners are incredibly high, 54 for Shelton, 63 for Sonego. Italian came to the net 90 times. Shelton came in 49 himself, which would be quite a high number by modern standards. So it was really exciting tennis. They just kept coming at each other. Shelton certainly sets 1 and 2 more comfortable on serve. He just felt like he had that bit more, but it was Sonego's fighting spirit, his just refusal to go away, that sort of nearly carried him into that 5th. What a quarter-final we've had here, and we still have one more to come this evening.
Yeah, we certainly do. It'll be Jannik Sinner and Alex de Minaur. So we have 3 of the 4 semi-finalists. Who will join them in the final 4? So we'll have to wait and see. It'll take a while before the Rod Laver Arena gets cleared out and Alex and Jannik take to center stage. But that should be a blockbuster, hopefully, for the hometown fans. Sinner has had the measure of de Minaur. It has been tough going for Alex, but hey, it's a new day, and de Minaur is playing the best tennis of his career. This man is through to the semi-finals for the very first time in Australia. Playing good all-court tennis. The forehand was firing. The smile was on his dial. He's playing some good ball, and he is loving life right now, is Ben Shelton. My thanks to Colin and Ryan. That was a lot of fun, and especially to those two. They make our job so easy here in the booth. What a match.
That's my son. Well, we'll be here for a long haul tonight. Yeah, well, that's the only thing that you might count. You know what I mean? Sinner. If he's anyone like Joker, he's cool. I don't think so. Last night, he was. What was he doing last night? Every time.
Oh, that's like
Look, I love the way he goes, I mean, how many times I'm injured on the day? I only played with 1.5 exposure. There was no issue. Yeah, but it's in him now, you know, and everybody knows. That's why people don't rate him. They never cheated. Exactly. When he moves, you know, it's just beautiful to watch. just grateful that we've seen him, you know. Just to think, I was the one who escorted him out, in and out. First time when he won the here. It was great, you know. He didn't know what to do. I took him to the TV room. He goes, "What do I do?" I said, "Well, they're going to interview you." I said, "I don't know." I mean, I remember when Joe.
Cleopatra. Hey. You know, if I got a video, I'm telling you, I'm only going to go.
It's 8 o'clock.
Australian Open 2025, Rod Laver Arena. Thank you so much for your patience. It's been a huge day of tennis already, and we are in for a really big night. Australia's Minaur taking on world #1 Jannik Sinner from Italy. In just a few minutes, get your cheering voices ready, get your clapping hands ready as well. While you're doing that, while you're getting yourselves ready, turn your phones to silent and turn off your flash. We're happy for you to take plenty of photos, plenty of videos, and of course share them on social medias. Just make sure you use the hashtag #Open or the hashtag AO2025. That way the world can see where you are, how much fun you're having, what great tennis you're experiencing, and we may even get you up on the big screens here. It should be a treat. Some entertainment for you before we get things underway, coming up in just a few minutes, and then it's Alex Sinner and Jannik Sinner going head-to-head for the last spot in the semis in the men's score. Welcome, great to have you all on. Once again, a very warm welcome to Rod Laver Arena. Just a reminder, as courtesy to the players, please turn your phones to silent and no flash photography. Let's get the night underway with our welcome to country.
We, the Wurundjeri, are known as the Manigan people. We are a part of the oldest living, continuing culture in the world. Each letter of our welcome word, Wurundjeri, brings an individual commitment to continuing ancient customs and the law of the land. We pay our respects and acknowledge all ancestors, elders and communities across this nation and neighbouring islands. Wurundjeri, Wurundjeri Dalik, Yemen, Kundibek. Welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people.
My what? I actually don't know.
Please welcome onto Rod Laver Arena, Bill Bowery, Darren Cain, Pat Cash, Mark Edmondson, Richard Fromberg, Sam Groff, Paul McNamee, Mark Philippoussis, Ken Rosewell, Frank Sedgman, Neil Fraser's brother John, Todd Woodbridge, Mark Woodford, and John Fitzgerald.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we pause to honour the memory of Neil Fraser, a man who did everything possible in this game we love. He was a world #1 who collected 19 Grand Slam titles, including his beloved Wimbledon in 1960. He was part of 4 Davis Cup winning sides, most notably in 1959 in New York, where Neil led Australia to a 3-2 victory, winning both his singles and the doubles with Roy Emerson. Captain Harry Hopman called it Fraser's Cup. And it was this tradition, pride and determination that Neil continued when he inherited the role from Hopman and led the Australian Davis Cup team for an unprecedented 24 years. As an Australian, he bled the green and gold. Those of us who were honoured to be in his teams absorbed his passion, and it was a privilege to follow him. Neil captained 4 Davis Cup winning teams, but he shared his knowledge broadly and generously. He genuinely wanted young Australians to do well, and the game as a whole to prosper. He would be in his element here tonight, about to watch a young Aussie take on the best in the world. Neil, we know you'll always be in that front row in spirit. His greatest doubles combination, though, was with Thea. And tonight, we honour Neil with you and your family. Here on court are some who played with and against Neil, and others who were led and inspired by him. But we are all mates of a great Australian. And along with tennis fans everywhere, we say, thank you, Neil. And in your words, beautiful, pal.
Oh, it's been my life. I feel so lucky. I always believed in when one door shuts, another one will open. And I found that right throughout life. But tennis was always in the house.
He had probably one of the best left-handed serves in the game. And he was a general on the court. He taught me a great deal of doubles.
I was pretty friendly with Lou Hode. And Lou said, Fraser has the best serve in the world.
Knowing that I had a great love of Davis Cup, Hopman sort of entrusted me with the singles and to win. There's not much better things can happen. Even though I won Wimbledon next year, but that's a personal thing. But this was winning for my country, my teammates, my parents, and myself. Little did I know that I'd become Davis Cup captain, and for 24 years. So became my life.
One of the best Davis Cup captains of all time as he took over from Harry Hopman.
I managed to assemble probably the greatest Davis Cup team that Australia's ever produced in having John Newcombe, Rod Laver, Ken Rosewell and Mel Anderson.
He really imbued the spirit of Davis Cup, what it meant. He was direct link to Harry Hopman, who'd been a direct link to Sir Norman Brooks, and so there was this great sort of history and tradition, and this is how we do it.
You know, he was almost like my second dad in a way. Fraser was always there to help.
He was authoritarian in a way, but he was one of the boys, and as I say, he seemed to get the best out of everybody. More of a tactician than a technical coach, and good with people.
I've had an incredible career. I was obviously enjoying something, and it's hard to express. It's just whatever deeds I've done, I've managed to enjoy them all to the nth degree.
And so Sonego is into the last 8 of a major for the very first time in his career.
Well, that is top draw stuff. Sensational, Shelton. Simply done in the end.
Alex de Minaur is an Australian Open quarter-finalist for the very first time.
There's a ticket to the party. Sensational from Sinner through to the quarterfinals.
It's men's singles quarterfinal action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Australia, Alex de Minaur. And their opponent from Italy, Jannik Sinner.
Nights like this just simply don't come any bigger. Here at the Australian Open that has broken all records from an attendance point of view. One of the biggest sporting nights of the year happens in January in Melbourne. The awesome Aussie, Alex de Minaur, taking on the world #1 defending champion here at the Australian Open. A man that has not been beaten since October of last year, looking for his 19th consecutive win and his 10th against de Minaur. Australia hopes, expects and dreams.
Hey Jannik. Kevin's doing the toss today. We do a picture after the toss, okay? Just a few reminders, live electronic line calling in use, serve clock at each corner. There's also video review. Just be quick and clear if you want to challenge. And do it immediately, please. For your towels, red box for you, Jannik. Red box for you. You take the blue box, okay? Okay, Kevin, it's your turn. Jannik, it's AO or John Newcomb, the player? AO is called. AO is called. It's the player, you choose. Receive. You stay. And picture this way. You go in the middle. Well done, Kevin.
What a moment for Kevin, what a moment for us as fans of this sport. Two of the great sporting superstars of tennis tonight battling out against each other. Intensity palpable, and obviously it is a lopsided head-to-head at the moment in favour of the Italian. But de Minaur has produced some incredibly consistent results in the majors in the last few years, and particularly in the last 4, where he's made at least the quarterfinals of all of them as he tries to push into uncharted territory by getting through to the semi-finals here in Melbourne. As you can see, a best showing already at this year's Australian Open. 22, 23, 24, 4th round. He wanted to go further, and he has. That's his results, getting through Van der Tanschlup, a dangerous player in the opening round who had knocked Alcaraz out at the US Open, and it got a little tricky against Mickelson in his last round, but he put the sword through him at the end of that second set and managed to sprint home in the third. As for Jannik, it has been just an astonishing 12 months. Couple of majors for him. He dropped the fewest number of games in picking up the year-end championships. He emerged the best of the very best. And of course, a champion here on this very court over 12 months ago, coming from 2 sets to love down. He has faced adversity. He has taken it square on and come through. Nicolas Jarry in the opening round, tough couple of openers. but it was the last match against Holger Rune, of course, in the heat and humidity that was a struggle. I'm delighted to say that Darren Cahill is got his headphones on. Darren, how have the last sort of 36, 48 hours been for your team?
No, it's been pretty good, Patch. He woke up yesterday morning feeling completely different. I think also the drop in the temperature has been good for him, and so the last couple of days, yesterday and today, he's felt 100% and ready to go.
Killer Fitzy here. Look, he plays well in all conditions, but I think he likes this type of evening match where he can still hit through the court with his power. He must love a nighttime match like this.
Yeah, I think he's got a pretty versatile game, Fitzy, so whether or not it's hot or cold, he's got the power that can certainly get... But he's up against a great opponent tonight. They played many times before. They had a real battle in Rotterdam, actually, and I don't really count that Torino match because Demon wasn't moving like he normally does, but just watching him here at the Aussie Open, he's back to his very best. So Jannik knows he's going to have his hands full tonight, and he'll have to play his very best tennis.
So what about best of 5 sets, Killer? I mean, do you think that suits your man?
Well, I think so. I hope so.
Good answer.
He's been pretty good in 5 sets, so let's see.
Darren, we're going to let you go. It's a massive night for everybody, particularly yourself. Congratulations on, again, guiding another player to world #1. Astonishing record with the likes of Andre and Simona Halep. Of course, Leighton Hewitt at the start of his coaching career. He is absolutely one of the best, and I'm delighted to say that we also have one of the best coaches in the world with us tonight courtside. I hope he can hear me after that big build-up. Brad Stein, welcome.
Thanks, Pitch. Yeah, I can't hear you. It's a little bit loud down here right now, but I got you. I heard everything that was going on, and I think Darren has made some good points. You know, your questions were right on the button from the standpoint of, you know, the question mark going into the match tonight, I think, is how Jannik is going to feel after the other day. I mean, we all saw him on the court, you know, his hands trembling, and he was obviously in distress physically. And so, you know, despite what Darren might say about him feeling a lot better when he woke up and everything, you still have to have a little bit of a question mark as to whether he's a little drained or how he's going to feel from that standpoint. So we'll look out for that as the match progresses.
Fitzy, being an Australian, playing on the iconic Rod Laver Arena court in a match like this, it doesn't get any bigger for an Australian player than tonight for Alex, does it?
I would venture to say this is the biggest match of his life. He's playing the world #1 in his home Grand Slam. It's his dream to win this tournament. We don't know if he can do it one day, but he might.
And
is this the year? He's got an almighty hurdle to get over, someone he hasn't beaten before. He's going to have to produce something special, but this is what he's been waiting for.
18 degrees, it's got a little cooler, which is going to help Sinner out from a physical point of view. There has been obviously chat whether it helps Alex or it detracts from him. He's a sort of a mid-paced hitter from the back of the court. Sinner, is absolutely elite in that department. And the weight of the facts are all against the Australian. Sinner's won all 15 matches he's contested against players at their home Grand Slams. He doesn't mind hostile environments at all. The 3 that he's played already against Australian players here, 7 matches at the US Open, 5 against the French. Hasn't had to play a British player at Wimbledon yet. Alex looking for a first top 10 win at the Australian Open. So we've got the best player in the world, the best Australian male tennis player in the world, my favourite commentator in the world, and one of the best coaches in the world. It is going to be an elite night of entertainment here in Melbourne. And both players in that department on serve, which we'll dig into at some stage in this match, have improved out of sight in the last few years.
30-15.
So quick, Sinner, like all the great players, to distribute the ball so quickly from that middle area. That was such a good return from de Minaur, and yet he found himself on the chase straight away.
We're sitting high above the stadium, so I'm very keen to hear Brad Stein's input about the trajectory of the ball that particularly comes from this man's racket. The spin he imparts on the ball it's hard to believe in this modern game that you can spin the ball that much, but they do, and his margin for error is just phenomenal.
Well, number one was best on tour with service games won last year on a hard court. And that is up against one of the best returners. And that's what we have tonight, which is just so exciting to watch. De Minaur and Sinner, first and second respectively on tour on hard last year in terms of return games won. It's going to be interesting to see how much impact both can have in each other's service games, given that stat. For Alex, has been a big trade-off in the last few years. He's dropped his first serve percentage down. In fact, he has the lowest first serve percentage in the world's top 70. But a big tick up in first serve points, up at 74% compared to a couple of years ago when he sat at 70. Same on second serves, but the biggest difference is that combination has prompted him to win 83% of his service games last year on hard compared to a couple of years ago where he was sitting at 74, and he needs to protect this part of the game tonight. And that was perhaps the only kind of asterisk point after that win against Mickelson, was a little bit of a low first serve percentage. Alex talking about how he'd like it to sit around 60%. Can he get it to that number tonight?
Pitch, what you're talking about is the battle within the battle, the serve and return. You said right there how Jannik tends to be a little bit more of an aggressive returner. He'll spread it around and get it out of the middle a little bit more. I think the Demon likes to go hard middle on most of his returns. He'll put a lot of balls in play, but not quite as much damage on the return.
Nice time for the lower third bolt 6 graphic there, just showing you the uptick in speed on his serve since they met here in 2022. 12 Ks extra, and he's nailed that number on that first serve. And once again, just digging into some of the numbers in terms of just how well both of these two return. The two players out here tonight were first and second on tour on hard courts in terms of second serve return points won. That's why the first serve is going to be absolutely crucial for de Minaur tonight.
And a good start from Alex de Minaur is probably crucial tonight. He needs to stay with the number one in the early stages, I think, to gain his feet, give himself a chance to do some damage late in this first set.
Tonight really will be a triumph in optimism over experience for de Minaur, given what's happened before in his meetings with Jannik. But that was a strong start. Just a little bit of a disturbance here in the crowd. I think somebody has been taken on well. There'll be a little bit of a delay. It's just in front of our commentary box, about 30 meters away.
Patch, I think someone fell on the stairs there coming down. I'm not positive, but I think someone might have fallen right there.
As we wait, as you can see what's happened, that is exactly what it looks like. Brad, somebody just tripping and just getting themselves hopefully reacquainted with their feet.
So in previous matchups here, you know, I sometimes consider Alex de Minaur as a bit of a featherweight, a bit like Leighton Hewitt going against heavyweight hitters all the time, and you've got to take your hat off to a player like that. He uses his speed to make up for a bit of the power, but he has been overpowered by Sinner in the past. So that's the first hurdle for him you would expect tonight.
How good is that? Sublime from Sinner early on.
That was a tough half volley. De Minaur does so well. He gets this one back and then this one in a very awkward position. A little bit of frame on that to help it drop short, but that is world class.
See that at the MCG over the road.
Not fair. He's using two hands on the half volley. When you get to the pinnacle of the sport, there's not a lot you can't do.
Sinner. A serve that's been through a few modifications over the last couple of seasons. Different footwork patterns, different actual motion, and the outcome has been excellent. 2-1. Brad, it's been great to see Jannik make those kind of changes, hasn't it, as a coach, that you can technically improve something so significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of these guys, it's so interesting watching both of them serve right now. I mean, Jannik with the foot placement, he went from being a platform server to a guy who slides the back foot up, which he literally did the week before leading into Wimbledon. And people find that interesting that you would make that kind of change that close to such a big tournament. But it's not entirely uncommon. And then if you look at Alex's serve, Alex used to be very front ways to the net. He kind of opened his chest up too early and didn't get a lot of power. He's holding himself much more turned and creating a lot more power right now than he used to a couple of years ago.
Try to take a seat quickly, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
been just a wonderful day here. Some great tennis already on the Rod Laver Arena, but there has always been a sense of just around the corner of what was going to come tonight. And we're underway with it.
It seems he's going to be aggressive. Early days for a giraffe kick. How good was that? They get some airtime.
39.
I mean, how good is it to have a coach at the coalface, sitting on the side of the court, just to explain a few things to us?
We can go home, right?
Yeah, almost. Well, I think it's imperative that de Minaur does attack. What you don't want is Sinner having the first opportunity in a rally to go on the offensive. If you do that, you're going to be in trouble. So I know de Minaur lost that point, but he was aggressive. He'll win a lot of those points if he can get on the front foot first within a rally.
Guys, one of the things I found interesting there in that rally, and we're going to see it over and over again, both guys are almost like with their toes on the baseline through that rally. No one backing off. And Fitz, you asked earlier about the ball trajectory. With that court position that they were both in that more extended rally, I mean, the trajectory of the ball is so low, and it gets to each of the guys so quickly. It's really impressive.
Do you notice a difference in the spin ratio for both players?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that Jannik creates a little more rotation on the ball than Demon does. Demon's ball is a little bit flatter. I do think also that court position is really important for Alex because, as Petch said, he's not the biggest hitter of the ball. So it's important for him to be able to take it a little bit earlier to take time away from the other guy, from Jannik in this case. But the problem is if Jannik stands as close as he was to the baseline also, he's taking just as much time. We saw in that one extended rally how Alex had to almost play like a half volley on one of those balls off the baseline.
Well, a let-off. You won't see Sinner miss too many of those.
Thank you.
Again, guys, both guys right up on the baseline, taking the ball extremely early. Pretty impressive to watch them both there. It's almost like a pinball game down here because both of them are so close. The ball's getting back and forth so quickly.
Already see how much more complicated, though, it is for de Minaur. He is the one that's having to change direction a lot quicker in these rallies.
It's ominous when you see Sinner earning the right to back up there in the middle of the court. That's where he will really hurt you. He actually gave de Minaur an opportunity, didn't he, in that particular shot, but a lot of the time it'll be good night if he gets into that position. Well, he beats a lot of guys with a rally like that, de Minaur.
But he doesn't beat the best player in the world.
Sinner leads 3-1.
24-shot rally, and this is the luxury that Jannik has. Huge pace, but he has a lot of safety built into it as well. It's a bit like having a Ferrari and then you kind of hybrid it with a Volvo, and you get that safety built into the speed. And Alex has got to red line it consistently. Yes, it's a tougher ball that comes through at an uncomfortable height, but he has to flirt with the top of the net and he has to flirt with the line.
Yeah.
Patch, where do I order a Volvo with a Ferrari engine?
I'll get one for you, Brad. If you come over to the UK during Wimbledon, I'll get one for you.
That sounds.
I've got a couple of second-hand car dealers out there in Essex that will whip one up for you.
Brad, just ask Jannik. He's Italian. The deliberate short slice at the end of the rally wins him the point. Before that occurred, Brad, I was thinking, because de Minaur hits the ball so flat, his trajectory is low over the net. Quite often he hits the ball deep, and that gives players, a lot of players, a fair bit of trouble. But not so with Sinner. He's so low in his when he crouches to hit the ball. His leg strength allows him to stay so low. He handles that so comfortably, doesn't he?
Yeah, that was a forehand in that last rally that Demon hit a ball that landed within about 3 inches of the baseline, and only picked it up like it was absolutely nothing. Didn't bother him at all. And I do think that Demon, if he can, it benefits him if he can change the pace in the rallies a little bit and use the slice a little bit more. If he uses it a little bit more in the rallies earlier, then that shorter one is available to him on a more regular basis. But I'm not sure. It's kind of give and take with him just hitting the ball through the court all the time at Jannik at the same pace, kind of the same rhythm.
Well, it's probably a preconceived thought process to drop a few of those slices short, because so many players these days just play points in a two sort of dimensional fashion where there's just a lot of hitting to and fro and whoever outlasts the other one. Well, if you make a player move forward and take him out of his comfort zone, that can affect some opposition. Probably worth a try.
And that is part of the problem right there for de Minaur. He just doesn't have the luxury of easy pace, and if he's going to go wide, he's got to go wide with pace, because if he goes slowly and he mistimed that one, he's just opening up the angles for Jannik to explore. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a little opening perhaps for the Australian to quickly get the break back, but the door firmly shut by the Italian. It is 4-1. This has become famous, the Carota boys. I don't think the actual Carota boys are here, but that is a solo Carota. And this man is the solo world #1 at the moment. So much about his game is obviously impressive, but it has been the fulcrum to his success, Fitzy, in the last 12 months, the serve. I was just taking a look at some of the numbers in that, and perhaps one of the most impressive things is he's halved the number of break points that he actually faces in a match. It takes the pressure off.
Oh, yeah. By getting so many free points and so many points won on serve. Just a huge difference in the modern game.
Time.
Tennis and entertainment merged once again magnificently here in Melbourne, and the Australian fans hoping that Alex de Minaur can finally get a win over the world #1. Sinner, however, has been absolutely elite against the elite. He is on an 8-match winning streak against top 10 players.
Love 15.
That break, incidentally, in the last game was the 27th time the Italian has broken the Australian. The Australian has only managed to get the Italian 10 times in their previous meetings. Huge gulf between the two.
That was about the biggest forehand we've seen so far from Alex de Minaur. He really laid into that ball and cracked that, and I love the way he followed that forward. Fitz, I totally agree with you. I mean, to disrupt Jannik and to make him uncomfortable, he has to do something beyond just trying to exchange ground strokes with him.
Yeah. So the things that I'm guessing from a coach's point of view, Brad, is that you be more aggressive in the rally. When you get the ball to hit, you really hit it. You go after it. Sometimes you try to take the serve on the rise, as he did on the final point in the previous game. Missed it, but that's something he's got to do. And then maybe using a few short balls, as we've seen already. But what he cannot do is probably repeat the same tactical type of match that he's played in the first 9 times I've played. Because that hasn't drawn any success yet.
Let first serve. Let first serve. Again,
Nice come to a hold. And I have to say, downstream from what you're saying is the technical ability to be able to kind of match Sinner toe-to-toe. He's going with the 78-foot tennis, standing up on the baseline, matching the Italian. But look at the differential he's dealing with out there.
Well, he's dealing with a heavyweight.
I mean, that's a couple of sledgehammers coming at you.
Yeah, that's like someone in a boxing ring just punching you with more power. I think. I've never experienced that. And look, I don't really want to, but I'm imagining.
Well, there's your tough guy image out the window.
It's time for honesty. Yeah. How was that shot?
I mean, honestly.
That last forehand from Sinner.
Well, I mean, just the balance. I mean, he drops the anchor on the right leg and just guns it cross court.
That was not easy. That ball was sliced by Minaur, which creates a few more problems, and he handled that like it was picking a cherry from a tree. Super forehand.
Yeah, and guys, that previous point, Alex hit 2 slices in that rally. The first one he got a little bit of a mishit out of, and I thought in my head, see guys, we're so smart. That slice is a great play. And then he played a better slice down the line and got hurt on it really badly and ends up losing the point. You got to remember that the guy on the other side of the court is pretty good.
Is there anything he can't do? Because inside out, off backhand, carved volley.
Yeah. Beautiful volley, wasn't it?
Yeah, he puts that anywhere else and Alex picks it up and hits a winner.
Yeah.
And guys, that's another area of Jannik's game that's improved a lot. I give a lot of credit to Darren Cahill for that. Since he's come on board with him, Jannik's coming forward more, he's attacking more, and the quality of his volleys improved a lot.
Alex Minaur has not played badly to this stage of the opening set, but he's dropped 5 out of the opening 7 games. Sinner is so impressive. Let's just take a little look at Sinner in 4D. I mean, honestly, you don't need to Photoshop this thing. You can see it in whichever definition you want to. It is absolutely flawless from the world #1. 4D, 4K, and he has just, at the moment, put in a blemish-free performance. And all the hopes that the Australians had are getting surpassed by those Italian fans.
Time.
Picasso devised a court, or thought about designing a court. It may well look like that one. It is looking resplendent, as it has done all the way through the tournament. 9 p.m. local time, and code red alert for the first time tonight for Alex de Minaur, serving a stay in the first set.
And Petch, I always feel like the scoreline in this set is a little bit misleading. You know, the 4-1 change and now 5-2. It's only one break. It's a big game for de Minaur to be able to hold and put some pressure on Jannik to have to serve this out. One break down, he's still got a chance here.
Well, if he can play to that level for a sustained period of time, and I mean 3 hours, you'd give him a chance. But that is such a high level point that he had to play to win. Look at the depth there that Sinner just handles. Great de Minaur point.
Great location after the slice backhand from the Australian. Parked himself right up on the baseline, as we see Alex's mum.
Proud mum.
Let for serve. Oh.
Maybe that is one of the ways that he can try and protect his second serve against Sinner. That was quick at 168 coming in. Often hovers around sort of the mid 150s.
There's the fine line you tread. Really pressing, looking for that little bit of extra power.
Matt Reed, Leighton Hewitt, trying to guide this man to his first ever win against Jannik Sinner. Not a super fast second serve. Just taking a page out of Novak's book.
Sinner leads 5-3.
Brad, what would you like to see here from Alex?
I mean, he needs to play an error-free game here, Petch. The first priority is obviously returns in play, which hasn't been easy because, as we've talked about, the improvement in Jannik's serve makes that more and more difficult. He's bringing some heat on the serves, first serves. But Alex has got to do a very good job getting into the points, and then he's got to dig in and just can't give him a point in this game. Nothing for free.
Misjudgment.
Well, it was mishit by de Minaur, and maybe that's the reason Sinner makes this mistake. Just a little bit off the frame, it floats, and maybe the frame took the velocity out of the ball by a fraction. It drops in, a little bit of luck. It's given him a chance.
15 all.
Well, I thought another big miss hit from Alex that dropped in awkwardly. This might be his bit of luck, but no such luck. See the shake of the head there, Alex.
30-15.
Basically acknowledging how good is this guy. How do I break him down? Look how low he is here. If you get a camera angle, look how low and how much his body weight is down with leg strength. Picture perfect. One of the better sets I've seen Jannik play this tournament.
40-15.
And one of the things that stands out to me down here, guys, is just how comfortable Jannik looks right now. The relaxation in his face, even when he's hitting the ball and playing the points, much less in between the points. He just looks so comfortable right now trying to serve this game out.
Yeah,
that was Darren Cahill's happy face there, without showing much emotion, but he's content right now.
He's accomplished what he wanted and his fans wanted. Takes the opener, 6-3. Well, he's solving the problem that is Alex de Minaur as effectively as he has done in their previous sort of 9 meetings. And World players, you can see bottom right, Ben Shelton in the semi-final if he were to get through. Long way to go right now, but another great set of tennis from Jannik in terms of the numbers he's posting, and in particular there, Fitzy, how he's managed to protect his second serve. Alex, one of the best returners. We talked about the numbers beforehand in that department, and he's just not making any inroads into the Italian second serve.
Well, I think if the return of serve is not offensive enough to give him any real trouble, any significant trouble, he's got the power to immediately get back on top in the rally. So he looks so comfortable, so confident against this opponent. He just, you can see it in his eyes almost. He feels like he's got Alex covered at the moment, and certainly playing accordingly. Look at that look.
Time. Please try to take your seats quickly, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Second set. Alex de Minaur to serve.
Home to the first major of the year, Melbourne Park. Kaleidoscope of stories and lights. This man wanting to put his name back up in lights again. He's got a long way to go here. Down a set.
15 love. That for serve.
No way. Pure sizzle.
Well, that'll make an opponent shake their head. I mean, de Minaur's backhand down the line was one heck of a shot, but because he's so deep in the court, he doesn't have time to get close. Look how far back he is. He sees a good one, tries to move in. There's a big gap there. Let's not underestimate how quick Sinner is. We know de Minaur is, it's obvious, but so is the world number 1.
I mean, that is just unplayable.
Magnificent.
Guys, this is just demoralizing down here for Alex, I think. You know, the point before that, he threw the kitchen sink at him, played a couple of different balls, the forehands down the line that he played there. He lifted him a little bit to try and give him a different look, played a slice there. The backhand that he hit down the line was a great shot, and he still ends up losing that rally, and then you come back and play the next point, and you're basically dominated right there. And the bottom line is he's got to find a way to hold serve. You got to stay tight in the sets.
Oh, he's missed it.
I mean, these conditions, I think, in a way, are better for Alex de Minaur in his game, but not against this opponent. Because he can keep the ball in better than he does in daylight hours, I think. But he doesn't have the power to knock the ball past Sinner as much as Sinner does against him. I mean, Sinner must just love these conditions.
Yeah, I think if you were to ask Alex privately, I'm sure he would have liked to have been out there lacing things up in the early afternoon today with a bit of heat in the air so that the ball would travel through. But obviously, there are a lot of demands on these tournaments in terms of other factors that go into when scheduling happens. You just need to ask Andy Murray, who's here guiding Novak Djokovic so superbly, about how many times he was put on late at Wimbledon and the roof would come across. He'd have to come off for 25, 30 minutes as they closed the roof. Can't steal it. And Sinner surges already in the second set, grabbing the break.
First game, second set.
And it has to be said, because he is kind of a medium hitter of the ball off the ground, but a very unique one, he has struggled against the very elite. He was 0-18, Alex, against top 5 players till the Paris Masters back in 2022, where he beat Medvedev 5 in the third. He had to come back from a breakdown in the third then. He then did excellently against top 5s. He won 7, lost 11, which was an excellent record. Subsequent to that, he has lost his last 6. It's not just Sinner that he struggled with, but he has lost 18 consecutive sets now in a row to the Italian.
That will be in the back of his mind too. How can I win a set?
Which is a big step up from my mindset, which was how could you win a game? So there's always that, Fitzy. There's always a glass half full somewhere.
Well, you can regress further.
Oh, gosh.
You can start talking about points, Petch.
Oh, okay. I probably was there at some stage in my career as well.
You and me. Well, choosing to use a bit of variety or attempt to. A sign of a lot of confidence.
Well, he saw Alex go back, didn't he? So he thought he was going to have a little bit of an opportunity there to get himself into the net. And dropped in a slower serve at 188. He's averaged over 200 Ks in this match, Sinner.
Just another magnificent forehand. I mean, yeah, go.
No, I was just going to say that is a very interesting point, because I think that is very much a tactic that he's talked to with Leighton and Matt Reed and Adolfo on the side there. But by running up to the baseline to try and create great court position, understandably so, actually ends up taking time away from himself, because Sinner's ball's so big coming back. Where he positions himself for his fourth shot, or the fourth shot of the rally, is going to be crucial.
If he gets a return that deep, it's a different story, isn't it? But it's been so hard for him to get an effective return back into play when he rushes over that baseline into the court.
Guys, I thought it was interesting there on the deuce side, the previous point. So, Petch, like you said, I like the step back there on that side especially. And that ball actually pushed Jannik back away from the baseline because of the trajectory. It was one of the first times that Alex has been able to actually push him behind the baseline. But then he hits the ball so big, even from that deeper position.
Great response here from Minaur. Dropped the guardrails on that sort of ground stroke sequence of shots he just hit and just crushed it.
30-14.
Couple of legendary Aussies looking on in differing camps.
And one coached the other in the early days.
Yes.
That is right in his wheelhouse as well for Minaur. He had the best break conversion last year on tour. Couldn't find one there.
Advantage Sinner.
That's what happens when you push an opponent so far behind the baseline with power. You have that option.
Sinner leads by 2 games to love.
That is a bit demoralising. I mean, the serve pushed him back, that forehand pushed him back further, and there's just a big area there to hit a drop shot, which he actually hit perfectly as well. He's not doing a lot wrong, is he?
Love 15. 15 all.
It's a must-hold game for Alex here, guys. There's this sense, there's this feeling down here that I have at least, that there's this constant cumulative pressure that is created from Sinner on these return games. He's got to hold here to keep himself close.
It's like Sinner's playing within himself and de Minaur's playing on the edge. And that's what it takes to stay with him.
Fitzy, I couldn't agree with that more. That's exactly the sense I have from down here. You just feel that Alex is pressing a little bit almost every point, and even when he's on the run, stretched, reaching, you feel like Jannik's still under control.
Takes such a long, elongated, extravagant way to win a point, doesn't it, for the Australian? It's magnificent when he produces it like this.
Let for serve.
It's what he does so well, stick to his task, no matter the scoreline. 2-1, Sinner, second set.
Sinner leads 2 games to 1.
And he's beloved here, isn't he, Fitzy, because of his attitude. He's so authentic.
I agree, he is. He's a quiet guy. He doesn't get ahead of himself. He's the type of personality that traditionally Australians love. You know, they don't go for the guy so much that talks about himself, advertises himself. They go for a guy who has a form of modesty but a self-belief. And they see themselves a lot, I think, in Alex de Minaur, a lot of Australians, and respect him and admire him because of it.
Time.
Night time in Melbourne, the Governor's House in the foreground there. Nestled nicely into the botanical gardens just over the Yarra River.
Thank you. Ready for play?
But it is the Australian who is swimming upstream at the moment.
Fitz, ask me that question about trajectory again, will you? Alex's balls, those last couple forehands, cleared the net by millimeters. He can't hit the ball any bigger than he is, and exactly as you said, he's on the edge there, but he needs to be on the edge to get the advantage.
15 all.
Yeah, his risk in every point is greater. So how does that affect percentages? Oh, it's pretty obvious.
In general, when you look at Alex's way of beating top players when it has come about, he's done a great job of kind of chiseling into their self-belief, extracting errors from them because of his movement. Just hasn't been that way so far tonight.
Vote. $40-15.
You know, Darren Cale's the same type of personality in some ways as Alex de Minaur. He modest, never talks himself up. But I'm betting that was his confident look.
And at the moment, how can he be anything other? I mean, this is played totally on Jannik's terms, and the great champions, they compete as well as anyone, but more often than not, when you actually watch what they're doing out there between the rectangle, they're dominating.
You know, to me, it's as if Alex provides the perfect ball for Sinner to play against. He loves that type of ball coming at him. And, yeah, accordingly, you look at the score. Doesn't mean it can't turn around to agree here. Alex needs a purple patch, though.
We got the most vivid sort of example of that, I thought, last night in terms of the top players playing within themselves. What we saw from Novak was something that we haven't seen before. His ability to not just return a tennis ball better than anyone's ever been able to do it, but return it with an intensity and a velocity that was just unmatched. And you got the sense in that match last night of just how much discipline he has played his entire career with when he knows he has the ability to go to the extra gear no one's ever seen. Yeah, it was nitroglycerine, wasn't it? That was the gear that he hit last night, and he doesn't use that because the rest of it, in general, percentage-wise, is going to win in the match.
It's good enough. Yeah.
I mean, it's phenomenal.
So why risk?
Yeah.
But he's so good that he knows when maybe he has to risk a bit more. And he's good enough to do it. Yeah, what a player.
30-all.
Just got to be a constant shadow in this second set if he can be the Australian.
Net for service.
Well, that can be catastrophic, actually. Bit of extra anxiety there, to knowing he had to do something better than just normal. He overplays it, swings too hard, gets out of rhythm, catches it on the frame. And this for the double break.
Great response.
Advantage, Sinner.
The height that he tried to attach to that forehand was because he was looking for depth. Demon detonates one.
Alex just needs to take a little extra time now before this point. Settle himself. The last 2 points on this side. He's given away a little bit.
Where are we? Melbourne or Mars? This is tennis from another planet from Sinner.
Yeah. And out of camera there, Alex de Minaur just shrugged with his shoulders and his arms up as if to say, what do I do? Oh, my goodness. That is too good.
Alex looking for solutions from the corner. Honestly, there aren't any at the moment. Sinner running riot out the Rod Laver Arena. Brad, what's your take? What would you say if you were able to get out there with your player right now at this stage? What would you say?
Do you know any prayers? No, honestly, I'm sitting down here, Petch, and I'm watching it, and you know, you feel for Alex de Minaur because he's doing everything he can to try and find ways to penetrate the armor of Sinner, and he just can't do it at this moment. Jannik is like a robot out here, honestly, and I'm saying that not in a bad way, but in a good way. Just can't miss a ball.
He loves the conditions. It's a little heavier at night, and he can hit with the power he has.
Thank you very much.
And misses less. Is this the best tennis you've seen this fortnight, Mark? What do you think?
From Jannik, I thought Novak was just from another universe last night. I really did. After the injury, I just thought he took his game to a place where very few people are going to be able to contain him. But, you know, Alex tonight, obviously, at the moment, has just got to hope that there's a bit of a drop-off here because this is lights-out tennis.
Filtila.
16-1 here at the Australian Open, having won the opening set, and you can see how quickly he's pushing through.
Fitz, I think what you said earlier is true. I think that Sinner just feeds off of Alex's ball. The pace and the depth and the height of Alex's ball is just giving Sinner a perfect ball to hit off of right now.
And we talk about matchups in this sport a lot. You know, lower ranked players can beat higher ranked players when their game is suited to that matchup. And in this matchup, it appears very strongly that Sinner loves the matchup. It suits him. It doesn't suit de Minaur. The style of play down the other end.
Net for service.
Okay, Brad, a little unfair maybe because you don't have much time, but you can think about it for a split second. I mean, where does Jannik's defence? We've been marvelling here, obviously, about the quality of his ball strike and pace and dictating play, but where does this defence rank out there at the moment on tour?
The way he's looking right now, I mean, he's number one. His movement, it's phenomenal to watch him take these balls. Alex is trying to max out the level of offense that he can create, and Jannik is just
able to neutralize the biggest ball that Alex can hit. His defense right now is off the charts, and the thing is that he doesn't play defense in a particularly defensive manner. The ball comes back with some pace.
So better defense than Novak?
Love 15.
We're splitting hairs there, Fitz.
Yeah.
You know, we're splitting hairs. They're both phenomenally good. They're very similar in how they produce their defense.
Yeah.
I think that Jannik gets a little bit more pace on the ball at times than Novak does from the same kind of position.
I mean, that's a 10 out of 10 point from Alex de Minaur, and he just wins the point.
I mean, it's just phenomenal. There's a legend of Australian tennis and global tennis as well. Tony Roach in the house tonight. Former world #2 in singles, of course, world #1 in doubles, did the career doubles slam, won the French Open, and he would have liked that volley from Alex, somebody he knows well. But as you say, Fitzy, it has got to be out of the top drawer every single time. What a great man. What a great player, what a great coach.
30-15.
Missed it, but how good was the backhand volley?
I think, thank goodness he missed it. He's a bit of humanity there.
40-15.
How was the backhand volley? Not that I'm barracking against you, Jannik. I'm just glad
we got the AI version of Sinner out here tonight.
I'm glad you're human.
Guys, that was what I was talking about. You know, since his time with Darren Cahill, his technique on the volley has improved so much. I actually sat up as he made that backhand volley. It was so pretty.
Flies that one wide. It keeps de Minaur active in this second set, but for how long? Yeah, Darren alongside the team have just done a wonderful job, haven't they? Particularly Simone Bagnozzi, who really sort of took over after he sort of pulled the ripcord with Riccardo Piatti after his loss here to Tsitsipas, where he felt as though he wasn't really in the match at all, Sinner. And he's given Simone a lot of credit for the technical changes that he's made in his game, has Sinner. As we take a little compilation look at what's gone on tonight, there is some of that free-flowing tennis. Marco Panici at the back there, alongside Simone. Cis Barros, of course, has taken a couple of Djokovic's physio and fitness trainers.
Time.
Became the 7th player last year to win the year-end champs in their home country. Not something that happens all that often, but it did prompt the fact that the ATP Tour decided to extend the contract in Turin for another 5 years. He outrated the Serie A football matches that weekend by some considerable margin, did Sinner. That is how popular he is back home in Italy.
That's a big deal.
Yep. Just for clarification, Jimmy Connors, John McEnroe, Boris Becker, Michael Stieck, Leighton, who's sitting in his box, did it in 2001 in Sydney in Australia. Andy Murray, of course, in London in 2016 when he actually beat the man that he's coaching right now to become year-end world #1. An even more elite stat. But just to give you an example of how well Sinner has done in the last few years, he already has more 40-plus seasons of wins than Stan Wawrinka did in his entire career. It's not just the quality of tennis, but
as a 23-year-old.
Yeah. He's already had 4 of them.
You are a font of knowledge. But that is interesting. That's how good he is.
And full of confidence on this surface, coming off the 3rd best season on a hard court in terms of wins and losses. Federer had a couple of better ones in 05 and 06. Sinner prime to go up 2 sets to love.
Okay, second set.
Julie delivers with another first serve.
6 games to 2.
Impressive, immaculate, and inspiring. And the only negative you can kind of say at the moment is this crowd that came in hyped up and in hope that something could happen tonight and get on their man's side, have gone silent and are just at the moment in awe of just how well Sinner is playing. He's barely dropping points behind his serve at the moment. Five behind the first serve, just 4 behind the second, against somebody who we regard as one of the best returners in the game.
Yeah. Well, it's a rare occurrence for most mortal tennis players to be out in a situation like this and feel incredibly confident. But the great players have it obviously more often, and tonight I'm sure is one of those for Jannik Sinner. He just feels in complete control right now.
Time.
DJ within the house here is really trying to galvanise the crowd just to give them something to get their teeth into ahead of the start of this third set. Can de Minaur also, between the lines here, try and inspire them.
40-30. Let for serve. Deuce.
Again, it's just a good example of Alex doing the right thing, but just having to force the pace, having to throw his arm a little bit quicker at the ball. Therefore, you're going to drop that element of control that you're so used to having. But the great players take you out of your comfort zone. In all honesty, that first serve was not a missed first serve, it was a distress signal.
Advantage.
It was the fastest serve by some margin today at 210, which is way out of his comfort zone, and he was just looking for a free point anyhow. Credit Jannik, there's been no drop-off whatsoever. Great discipline in that rally, didn't try and overplay it. Here's a breakpoint chance. And again, and that's because of Sinner's defense, not just because of the raw power that he possesses. His defense is so good that Alex kind of overcomplicated it, thought he had to go behind him into a slither of the court, slips it wide, and Sinner marches on. And he got a feel for the Australian at this particular moment. He is getting out-thought, out-hit. He will be potentially out of here in under a couple of hours here if things continue the way they are. There isn't a lot of good news, I've got to be honest. I'm just looking up his career record as well, Alex, from 2 sets to love down. He is 0-23, and perhaps even more worrying, in just 3 of those matches, he's been able to pick up a set. Ominous signs.
Thank you.
Extremely ominous. Just tough. There's just no way that he's able to break down the defenses of Sinner right now. No matter what he throws at him, Sinner's got a response, and it's always a good response. And Petch, you're exactly right. I mean, pressing a little bit on a few of those balls when he was ahead in that game and looked like he had a chance to close it out.
Love.
He had a pretty rare year last year, did Jannik, in terms of top 10 wins, which of course he's taking on one tonight in the shape of Alex de Minaur. He picked up 18 top 10 wins last year in 2024.
It's a sight to behold, really. If you're a tennis fan, you really can appreciate what level this is.
And just to stick a little pin in that particular stat, the only other people that are able to pick up 18 plus top 10 wins in a season have been Nadal 2013, Fed in 2004 and 6, and a man that's in the semis here, Novak Djokovic, but he has done it in 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16. And that's since 1990. It was rare air Sinner was in last year.
59.
How do you describe his racket head speed, Brad? I mean, compared to Alcaraz, for instance. I mean, how fast he gets his racket through, particularly on the forehand, but also on the backhand wing, the two-hander.
I mean, they're both incredible with their racket head speed. I think they produce them a little bit differently. There's so much length on Jannik's swing. And one of the things that you see through the swing is the stability of the racket head. And that's one of the things that's so impressive with the racket head speed that he creates. The racket head being so stable, all of that leads to the consistency in his ball striking.
Yeah, so less miss hits, I guess.
Absolutely, 100%. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that he's, in general, he's not quite as quick with his hand as Alcaraz is, but he can be when he wants to be.
30.
Well, the end result is here that he's absolutely pounding this tennis ball and doesn't look like missing. That's not a bad place to be.
That's a bad combo, right? Metronomic. And again, I go back to the word discipline. It is amazing to watch these great players be so disciplined in these moments, not have any kind of valley and a drop off, and just do the right thing every single ball that comes to you, because he has got the width to be so much more expansive than this. I mean, he's picked up so many more winners than Alex, but just did the right thing through the middle of the court to create the break point that he was looking for, more importantly. Minaur has no answers to the brilliance. He's been blindsided by it all night tonight in Melbourne. 3-love Sinner. Some concerns coming in, whether he was going to be okay from a physical standpoint, but, well, he's put that to bed early on. We did hear rumours circulated prior to the match that he was going to be 100%, and you kind of felt that those were going to be truthful, and so it's proved to be. Lovely little shot of that. I know Brad's been talking about it a lot in terms of the forehand shape with the strings actually pointing down the court. A little bit like Stan Wawrinka, of course, former champion here. And that's something that Sinner gets with the huge lag. And as a racket that has a massive sweet spot, and I think he's done well to kind of manage that in terms of the field shots that we see. I think some of the reasons he missed some of those in the past and the volleys was that racket is so uber powerful. But he's contained that, and he has contained the Aussie crowd tonight. And he's been the antidote to Alcaraz's craftsmanship at times. But he has been very much the antidote to the Aussies' ability to play this game, which he does to an absolutely sensational level. But Sinner is a step ahead every single point at the moment.
Gee whiz. That's like a bulldozer, isn't it? It's like a power train. Every ball coming at you.
And because it's so quiet in here, because the crowd are so subdued, you can hear the noise as it leaves his strings. It's just reverberating around the stadium.
And guys, we can't use too many superlatives for how well Jannik Sinner's playing right now. You got to remember, go back to all the stats you were talking about early on, Petch, about Alex de Minaur and the number of breaks that he made last year, where he was in the stats, his returning stats, how he's improved his serve. And the guy's ranked 8th in the world, and he's being absolutely dominated right now by Jannik Sinner. That's how well Jannik Sinner's playing.
Rivalries create respect and revenge, but not always in that order. And that is the case tonight. He's held to love in his last 4 service games against the guy that had the best record on returns last year. Second best on a hard court, de Minaur.
Please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
This is high reward, zero risk tennis.
Not many players know what that phrase means.
59.
I mean, there's just been so little roadkill tonight. I mean, and he's moved the ball around. We didn't see that coming, and I'm not sure Alex actually saw it at all. And again, you just get a little inkling there that there's more if he needs it when he's pushed even harder. And it's a scary thought.
(30-15).
Come on.
Well done, Damon.
He's got to celebrate those small victories right now.
You need some sort of pleasure, don't you?
Well
done.
Sinner leads 4 games to 1.
Sinner, however, continues to move towards his second semi-final here in Australia. Does look as though, Fitzy, it was just the one match with the heat. We have heard sort of that he wasn't necessarily that well coming into this tournament, Sinner, but given what we saw against Runa and the timeouts that he needed, the time off court and everything else, whatever's happened in the last 36 hours looks as though they pieced him back together.
Well, if this is not him in full flight, then we do have something to look forward to.
Can Alex make some inroads into this particular service game?
(15).
21 points in a row on serve.
Say that again, please.
Yeah, you heard it. I mean, he's showing some fairly rare skill at the net as well. I mean, not a lot of modern players have that ability, I don't think. This is fended off with some skill.
If Fitz, the one that was impressive was the half volley. That forehand half volley. He flowed through that half volley very, very well.
Mr. Forehand.
30-15. Please, thank you. 40-15.
Adolfo Gutierrez, who he was talking to there, his longtime coach and mentor, and a man that has plotted this man's rise up the rankings. What a fantastic job he's done. But there is no stopping this man. He is unstoppable. And just like the great Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until they get hit.
I mean, that forehand was as good as Alex can really hit it. And within one shot, the point was over. Look how easily he was there. It's anticipation and the movement and then the balance as he hits it. Just that alone was impressive. Yeah, it's been superlative. Nothing short of.
Brad, two of the best performances that we've seen from players this year have come on this court in recent times, and they both were fantastic skiers in their youth. So there you go. USTA program needs to move itself out to Denver and Colorado, doesn't it? Get your Americans down the slopes.
You're reaching now. I'm a snowboarder anyway.
You're not cool enough to snowboard.
How old are you,
yeah.
Brad? Oh, my goodness me.
That is stone cold.
Wow. Might call him Steve Austin.
I mean, how many players have got that in their locker? Redirect.
For those at home watching this, I hope that you can appreciate it like we have, and I know you have, but this is an extraordinary performance.
Yep, it was a short walk down that tunnel for Alex de Minaur tonight, but it ended up being a highway to hell for him.
Oh, come on. Maybe the best shot of the night.
Oh, that is absolutely impossible.
Look at the right smile there. Off balance, moving backwards, hits the toughest shot in the book.
Thank you.
And a shot that takes him to within 1 point of the handshake moment.
13-14.
Imagine the confidence oozing from the pores of his skin right now.
Sinner didn't invent tennis, but he is certainly perfecting it. A second semi-final here in Australia for the defending champion. 19 consecutive wins. 9 consecutive wins against top tenors. He is simply the best. Alex has had some adventure here in Melbourne, Fitzy, and it's been a great one. He has been consistent in the last 4 majors, and of course with the hip problem that he picked up at Wimbledon, couldn't play against Djokovic. It definitely hampered his chances against Jack Draper in the same stage at the US Open. He would have come out here hoping that being fully fit, he was going to get given a chance, but he exits knowing that he was just taken care of by the best player on the planet at the moment, and there is some solace in that.
I'm not sure how much at this moment. I mean, he completed the cornerstones of quarterfinals at major championships here this week, but that one will sting. It's a moment when I think you realise how good you have to be to win one of these Grand Slam singles events.
Didn't lose a set on the way to the semis last year, 15-0, thanks to Greg Shark, who's been working with us tirelessly over the fortnight here.
Go Shark.
Exactly. Lost a couple this year and only been broken 3 times. He'll barely broken sweat tonight as he chats to Jim.
Jannik, Alex has been playing so well. He's number 8 in the world. I cannot imagine that you thought when you walked onto the court tonight that you were going to win so conclusively. Are you surprised at how well you played and how quickly this match went?
Yes, I feel like, you know, today I was feeling everything, you know, when days like this and, you know, you break quite early in each set, it's a little bit easier, but you know, he's a very tough competitor. He's an amazing player. I know so many guys came for him tonight, but thank you so much for being so fair. It was an amazing atmosphere, so thank you so much. And you know, we know each other quite well now. We played last year so many times, and you know, we try to, you know, to understand each other's game, trying to prepare ourselves in the best possible way. But yeah, you know, these kind of matches, they can go quickly, but also they can go change, you know, very fast. If I go down with the level a little bit, he takes the opportunity. So, you know, I'm very happy about my performance today.
There's no doubt that you looked great, you played great, and you must have felt great. 2 days ago, that was not the case. You told us after the match 2 days ago that you woke up not feeling well, that you didn't warm up, and you were treated by the doctor. What has the last 2 days been like? How did you recover so quickly from whatever you've been dealing with?
Yes, yesterday was a very easy day. You know, I played just half an hour, 40 minutes with my coaches there, so they gave me a good rhythm, I guess. So, but no, talking about, you know, general physical, you know, I feel like, you know, especially when you are young, you recover very fast. It's a bit different. So
he's looking right at me and just mocking me like there, like it's this guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I was looking also towards my team, which is behind next, you know. It's
makes me feel better. Okay, good.
And yeah, you know, I as I said, you know, some days ago, I really like to sleep. So, you know, trying to rest in the best possible way. I'm not doing so many things at the moment. Just trying to relax, recover, and then, you know, trying to be ready for the court.
Just to be clear, so you had a light hit yesterday with your coaches. What would you have done if it's a normal day and you're feeling perfect? How long would you have hit? Would you look for like more intensity?
No, just a half an hour more, maybe just a little bit. A gym session, you know, slightly stronger. But you know, it always depends how we feel. You know, I have a very experienced team with me, which I'm very grateful and happy. You know, they understand every moment. You know, maybe even better than I am. You know, because I'm I do play tennis for quite for a long time, but not so much, you know. So it's I still have some things to improve, taking some experiences. So I'm very happy to have this team.
And what about today? When you woke up, did you know that your body was where you wanted it to be? Did you feel perfect today?
Yes, I wrote them straight away that I'm ready for today. Again, you know, it's when you play at night session, you try to sleep as long as you can. You know, trying to eat healthy, and then, you know, having a good warm-up hit. You know, this gives you already a good confidence. It was quite breezy and windy this afternoon, so we went indoors. You know, trying to feel the ball in the best possible way, and yeah, that's it. You know, the result was awesome, as we saw. So let's see what's coming now in the semis.
Well, we're getting to the semis. There have been some really interesting matches to get us there. A lot of people obviously watching this match tonight. There was an interesting match last night with Carlos and Novak, and I'm wondering if you got to watch that one, and if you did, what you thought about it.
Yes, I watched until the end because I knew, you know, that I can't sleep long. So it was an amazing match. It was.
Sleep is a real theme with you this tournament. You sleep 10 hours. You know, it's a lot of sleep. Glad you watched the match. Carry on.
Yes. No, it was an amazing match. You know, these kind of matchups are tough to see. You know, in quarterfinals, this should be, you know, final or semi-final. So, you know, I think we all want this kind of rivalries. You know, obviously, I think Carlos and Novak, this is at the moment the best rivalry we have in tennis. It was an amazing matchup. You know, some amazing rallies, and this is exactly why we also need an amazing crowd. So, you know, making everything special, and yeah. So let's see what's coming in this season. New players are coming, young players are coming, so hopefully there are going to come some great rivalries.
So let's preview the semis. Let's start with Novak. He's going to play the #2 seed, Sasha Zverev. Your thoughts on that matchup? That will take place in the day on Friday. You'll have the night match. So what do you think about the first semi?
No, I'm not good in predicting. So.
I'm not asking to predict, just sort of what do you think about the matchup?
Yeah, tough matchup. What else can I say, you know? It's an interesting matchup. I feel like they played so many times already. I feel like a journalist when you ask me like this. It's very difficult to...
All right, so let me take you behind the curtain. So this is what happens when there's one singles match in a night session and you win so quickly. I get word that I need to keep you out here because you've got to entertain these people. So you can leave at any time, but I will ask you one more question, and if you'd like, you can leave, or we can just keep talking as long as you want. But I do want to know your thoughts on your semifinal, because you're playing Ben Shelton, who played well today, to book his spot. So what do you think about that matchup on Friday night?
You know, me with talking, I'm not the best entertainer, so that's a bit boring when I respond. But no, it's also against him. We played last year some very tough matches. Obviously, he is one of the best servers on tour, lefty. You know, different rotation of the ball is coming. So hopefully I'm ready. Hopefully I can return as many serves as possible, and then trying to stay very concentrated about my game like today. I'm trying to stay aggressive, and then we'll see. But for sure, hopefully it's going to be a great match also for you guys. Again, thank you so much for coming. Amazing atmosphere, and have a good night.
Jannik Sinner, ladies and gentlemen.
Jim Kira, as ever, wonderful on the mic as he was with a racket in his hand, as he does entertain the crowd alongside the Italian, who was just simply at his breathtaking best. Back to the drawing board for the Australian, who has just been magnificent over the last 12 months, but as he said in his interview with Jim the other night, he wants more, and he's going to have to find more from somewhere, Fitzy.
Well, he's trying to improve. He's trying to tweak his serve, hit it harder. He's trying to hit that forehand harder. And of course, he's one of the great movers, is Alex de Minaur, but he was overpowered tonight. And that's been the common thread against this man. That matchup for Alex is not a good one. It is tough for us to sort of break down how he can eventually beat this guy. I mean, he's not winning sets off him. So as good as Alex is, this guy has been better, and tonight he certainly was.
Brad, I know you're still there. Final thoughts from you when you sit on the side of the court. You know your man's potentially, as we roll through some of the credits, but 27 winners to 10. He came to a gunfight with a knife, unfortunately, Alex, and it goes to show in those stats. But you're coaching a player, and congratulations, that will be in the top 10 alongside Alex de Minaur.
Yes.
When the rankings come out, that is a huge milestone achievement. But when you sit there and look at Jannik tonight, does it make you think, oh, we need to get back to the States and go work with Tommy?
I mean, it makes me think I gotta sit down with Tommy and figure something out next time we play Jannik Sinner. It's crazy how scary it is sitting down here and watching his movement. I mean, every aspect of the game that he played tonight was just so impressive. And I'm not sure how you break through the skill set that he presents for everybody that he plays against. It's so hard to figure out a way to try and break him down. And I don't care who you are or who you're coaching him. And again, Alex de Minaur, 8 in the world and one of the best competitors out here on the tour. And Jannik Sinner made him look pretty average tonight.
Good luck with that, Brad.
Thanks, guys.
Brad, as ever, it's been awesome having your company tonight.
Yeah, it really has.
Another great tournament for you. Your man also dropped the anchor in the quarters like Alex, but he has now lost the last 20 sets to the man in your picture, who has moved through once again to another major semi-final, and he will take on Ben Shelton, who's also into his second semi-final major. Of course, managed that little achievement at the US Open. He has got a win over Jannik Sinner, and that may just prove to be important. He got him in a final set breaker in Shanghai. That will give him a little bit of confidence, something that, of course, Alex didn't have coming in.
Well, this is a different matchup to start with. He's not a baseliner that will give Sinner as much rhythm, and he's got that serve, that great serve he possesses, and it's a lefty. So it's a different matchup, and you can understand how Shelton might have a better chance in some ways of winning sets off Sinner.
Terrific semis on the card for Friday after what has been another wonderful day here at the Australian Open. Plenty of winners, plenty of headlines, and many thanks to Fitzy as we bid you good night from the Rod Laver Arena for the time being.